下です。 Yo, welcome to Guilty Gear Strive GFUEL Overdrive, brought to you by Kick Esports. It's your boy Dynamite here with the homie Seth. How's it going, Seth?
It's going pretty well, man. It's been a while since you and I have done some commentary together. You have been doing commentary like crazy on Guilty Gear Strive and killing it out there, might I add, and I'm really proud of you. I'm really happy to be on the mic with the legend already. And, you know, I've been playing Guilty Gear Strive in passing. I've been watching a lot of this person right here, Hotashi, because, you know, Nagaryuki. Hey, Dan, I think now's a perfect opportunity to tell you, Nagaryuki's pretty good.
Look. Okay.
Pretty good.
The character might have, been
adjusted
a little slept on, by some
is
individuals. Some people might have played Nago for a little bit and then gone a different route. But I've done some consideration, and once the hands are back to 100%, I might be revisiting. That's all. Speaking of revisiting, we're going back to the lobby because Hotashi just decimated Creaky Axe, and it's one of them things.
Yeah, we can't even do the introduction because Hotashi is just out here trying to make sure that he still remains and keeps that title as Evo champ. Not trying to let that blow up to Sagem on stream be a fluke or indicator to anybody, but he wants everybody to know he's got the soul matchup locked down. So also a level 5 soul, so maybe he's just recently switching over to PC or something like that. But Hotashi,
yeah, that's probably what it is. I think I've seen Creaky Axe in a few other places, so it's still Hotashi no matter what you what
Absolutely.
you do. You gotta,
it is Nagaryuki.
Yeah.
It is like okay, so interesting conversation that we can have had with Guilty Gear. Oh, what a reaction out of that. Just not trying to let him push any more advantage, but this is Guilty Gear as a series is an extremely offense-oriented title, but Nagaryuki, despite having these large buttons that you would assume that he's going to zone with, he's exceptionally great at rushdown. Very efficient with his meter, Hotashi, making sure that his blood gauge is sitting in all the right spots, and making sure that he can also maximize that damage output and balance it as well. He's got Creaky Axe locked down in the corner this entire match. Yeah,
Creaky Axe is hemmed up, got baited, and now there's only a little bit of life left. Wow, a 2S from a soul player? What game is this? It's plus R?
It might be. Oh, nice counter hit 6S, but Hotashi sticking out the boots. Playing the footsies.
Actual footsies from Hotashi. Yo, shout outs to Zero popping into the chat. What's up? This is we've been doing YouTube streams for a little bit now, so just feeling things out, seeing what to do.
Yeah, and YouTube has honestly treated us pretty well. It's a very, very efficient platform, especially if you've got your content, in multiple spots. Having it all kind of centralized to YouTube is pretty nice, pretty nice. But it looks like we're going back in, despite it being Oh, this is a 3 out of 5 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect it to be.
Would you?
Well, yeah. I mean, most brackets for this size of events are 3 out of 5. Oh,
I suppose it is a smaller bracket. It does make sense then. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay. I was just hoping we're not gonna have like a massive, we've shared our concerns. Nice burst away.
Oh,
not letting the man escape.
Yo, 6H is just the button that's being pressed. I'm surprised he didn't do it again. Instead, he went for the BRC throw because style points.
Yeah, like a way to respond to the burst, like it was just outside of range, but he wants to get back in and ensure that he can punish. Nice. Fighting his way out of the corner. This is going to be a huge combo. Push him all the way. Corner to corner. Gets the blood.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Look at
okay, he's having fun. He's having fun.
Yeah, okay.
He's having fun with the video game. He's playing video games.
Alright, Hotashi with a super quick and clean 3-0 over Creaky Axe, sending Creaky Axe down into the loser's bracket. But man, yeah, like you said, just having fun.
Ignorant.
That was hey, you know what? We'll give him
that was really dumb.
It was sick. It was cool. Okay. Nago is cool. I've been watching so much Hotashi and so much Nagaryuki in general across all these replay channels. His character has, like you said earlier, maximum slept on. Immensely slept on. I think that there's a lot of dirt, there's a lot of grime, and there's a lot of, dare I say, for me, appeal in Nagaryuki's play.
Yeah, it's
Big damage.
I mean, you know, I feel like now people are changing their thoughts obviously on the character, so I don't think as many people are sleeping on Nago. You know, there are still some struggles that Nago faces, but we're seeing a lot of strong Nago players just really dominate the scene when they show up. Uriel Legion over there in the EU, obviously Hotashi, A3 Religion when they show up to bracket as well. You know, all three of these players are really strong when it comes to the character. And yeah, it takes a little bit of work, but there are ways to absolutely just roll over the opponent. And you saw Hotashi there. Just you get a one or two BSUs in a match, and you can just pretty much do whatever you want.
Yeah, it seems like it's a character that's like really easy to just run you over with, but like you said, kind of very notable weaknesses in defense. I would want to say like it's probably the most signifiable one, the one that you can kind of pick out the most. Like defense on Nagaryuki is a little bit of a struggle. Doesn't have invincible, bust out, or anything like that outside of super. Kind of has to be very on point with the way that he's defending with his faultless defense. Probably taking the chance with the instant faultless defense or spending that meter for YRC. But the fact that he's able to just like focus on using his tension pulse or tension for YRC or defensive options, you know, because he's able to just like cancel specials and things like that innately, you know, he's got that decent balance. But could possibly use a little bit of work in the defense. But speaking of the defense, we've got on screen a Potemkin.
Yeah, Perfect Legend versus Omni Scythe. Omni Scythe, one of the stronger RAM players in the NA scene. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. And yeah, it's I mean, this is a whole matchup for sure. I think Potemkin can certainly put RAM into some bad places. And being a big boy does change some of Ram's ability to carry the big fella to the corner. However, I'd still say this is slightly in Ram's favor.
Yeah, I would say, you know, it's you have to be extremely on point with the defense as Potemkin overall, but the character that can kind of just like play this range right here or just immediately lock you down. But you know, we're seeing Omni Scythe kind of getting a little bit more aggressive, wanting to play to her strengths, super close range in the corner.
I like this 2S string. Yep, Purple RC, keep it nice and true. The 2H going to send him through. Omni Scythe working really quickly in this first round. Not really giving Perfect Legend a chance at all. There's the Rekka, the full one. I mean, that's a guessing game, right? Because you can cancel the Rekka early and kind of do some pulse splash shenanigans and stuff like that. But, you know, it's one of those things that we've seen Omni Scythe use time and time again. Nice punish with the 2S.
Yeah, super tragic PL. Finally got the Mega Fist in, or the Hammerfall in. Was not able to plan that. Now he's going through the wall once again. Meter is on deck for Omni Scythe. Can get really tricky.
Oh! No conversion.
No conversion, but just burst off. Oh my god! Blocks the 214H.
Hey, Hammerfall trying to get something going. Perfect Legend sliding up into the DMs. Nothing doing the crossover. Yeah.
Okay. Jump back S. Jump back S makes a lot of sense. And one going to Omni Scythe. Yeah, I mean, kind of textbook, as I would say, right? Like you're just buttoning him out a lot, making Potemkin have to like force him to use his HP as a resource, you know, to armor through those kinds of things, or just straight up, you know, zoning him out. Omni Scythe doing really well with keeping Perfect Legend at a distance at all times.
Look, that's the key. That's the name of the game. You don't want to get pop bustered no matter who you are in the cast. And, you know, Ram has the tools to keep Potemkin's life very difficult. Far slash, heavy slash, JH, 214H even on whiffs. It can be really hard.
Okay, going back in. We saw PL throwing out the flick that back, possibly trying to like catch a sword, but already through the wall. 2-4-H for the break. Oh man, Super's out of the block string on the side.
Yeah, that's the stop sign. Mortabato, really good super. Just in Strive in general, that move is actually pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the more swords you got, the stronger it is. The more range it has. It's her DP, basically, you know? And with how fast Ermathal is able to build meter and how often she uses her swords and does that damage out, gets that damage output, it's a constant resource for her. There it is again, blasting through the wall. PL really on the back foot here, but
yeah, Team PL looking like a Team Rocket member, getting just shot through the skies time and time again. Maybe on the next episode, finally gets a pop buster. Damage not exactly equalized, but plenty of it on the board. To JH stuffing PL back down to the ground.
Okay, this could be death, actually. Yep.
Yeah, shooters on deck. Definitely gonna cut through the guts.
Just
wow. The taunt? That's how we feel?
Okay, Omni's side. Hold on. That was all right. You know, this bracket today has just been full of fun, full of respect. You know, but Omni Scythe taking that match out in style. Wondering how PL is going to respond with that. It's pretty much hard locking in the Potemkin here.
I mean, you got to go with what you know, and if that's the character you got to keep moving forward with it. I mean, obviously got a pop buster in there, but it's just really been Omniscypher looking ultra comfortable and not really falling for any of the gimmicks in the level 1 Potemkin stuff, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty difficult. Like most of Potemkin's during Grime kind of like it's really based on like how well your defense is, and when you have a character like Ramlethal that's able to like exploit a lot of that. Like Ramlethal again has gimmicks and stuff like that, like kind of basic level 1 gimmicks that you can just rely on that and take her very far. Not to discredit Omniscypher by any means, but like the basics for Ramlethal will get you very far.
Absolutely. But you know, it's one of those things where at the higher levels, obviously that's not going to compute as much, but you know, having that strong foundation, even at the higher levels, makes it easier to step it up to level 2 and 3, right? So like that's one of the things that I think Ramlethal allows players to do. Not necessarily that she carries them, but it just helps you get to that 2nd and 3rd level a little bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. It allows you to grow as a player much faster because you're already you're coming to a position where you're, you know, allowed to much sooner. You know, the floor is very low for Ramlethal. Not to say that there isn't a high ceiling, but you have a very healthy lane of growing. And PL playing a character that is, you know, very much on the opposite end. You know, Potemkin on his surface like looks really cool. He looks like he can do basic things, hop buster, do big damage. But I think this Calvados is gonna drop. Actually, it is.
Yeah.
But
the chip damage on it was kind of huge. However, Perfect Legend coming out, blasting the Garuda, nothing doing. JS. Maybe the timing on it was a little bit off.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too late of a Garuda. I like the attempt there. Probably could have, you know, maybe could have gone for a little bit sooner of a break on the Hammerfall. Who knows? There's a lot of different factors, but if that comeback would have been made, it would have been tight. But PL
it would have been tight. It would have been tight.
Going out for Omniscythe 3-0. And, you know, it'd be what it be in brackets like this sometimes. You know, sometimes...
Hey.
It's like...
Sometimes you got a rough draw. I mean, it is what it is, for sure.
Yeah, but we're not out of the woods quite yet. While we get our next match queued up for you, we're going to talk a little bit about the sponsors that we have for today. As you guys know, this is a Matcherino event. This is a GFUEL event hosted by Matcherino and sponsored by the American Red Cross. American Red Cross opens up Red Cross Gaming, and they do a lot of community outreach with us here in the esports scene to talk to you guys a little bit about how they talk to you guys a little bit about how they operate with their relief funds and where you guys can donate to the relief funds. So we're gonna take one quick second. Don and I are gonna go quiet a little bit to show you guys an ad. So be right here.
Disaster relief, has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support, and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us. To learn more and how you can get involved, visit redcross.org today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thank you for watching the ad. Thank you for supporting our stream. Thank you for supporting the GFUEL Matcherino event. Arturo is getting his stream settled back up, so we don't quite have a match ready for you guys, but we already know where we're at in the bracket. Looks like we are sailing through winners already. We've got our winner semifinal for the event settled. Omni side sitting pretty over on the round 1 side of things there. Hotashi still sitting over in winners round 2. So we're kind of a little bit scattered throughout this bracket, but making sure that the match is always happening. Everybody is always going to be playing, and we are, you know, with it being seated properly, we're going to definitely get super hype matches going up near the end of it.
Oh, for sure.
But
I mean, Squirrel, we got SQ, we got Hotashi in there, Omni Scythe. I mean, these are some heavy hitters, so it's going to be really good as we whittle things down. You know, I really do enjoy these open type of brackets, but you know, it's one of those scenarios that I feel like the stratosphere and strive is starting to settle between like the really strong players and the people who are grinding up. I think it was really chaotic, obviously, because the game, you know, when the game launched, because it was new, and you know, there were people who were really strong and people who kind of, you know, faded to the background. But now I feel like we're getting a good settling of where the players are in relative skill. But in a game like Strive, any given day you can come out on top, because it can be a very volatile type of environment where just one counter hit can lead to so much damage that you always have to stay on your toes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what's really cool though, is that despite with how high damage the game can be, it kind of like not levels the playing field, but it makes it so that, like, you know, the real high skill is in landing that counter hit, right? Because everybody can just like see the counter hit, do the combo, dial it out, do the big damage, and then win a round. But obtaining that hit, like, and playing the neutral and playing, you know, the not necessarily footsies, because, you know, it is Guilty Gear. Imagine playing Guilty Gear footsies, but, you know, playing that neutral game and then, like, you know, doing all of the Yomi that leads up to that big juicy counter hit that leads up all to all that damage. And even depending on the character that you're playing, like Chip doesn't get big counter hit stuff, Millie doesn't get, Pixie characters like that don't get big counter hit stuff. It's kind of just like cycling the mix up over and over and over again, and that's that high skill that we're going to constantly see. And I think that you're right. I think that we are starting to see, you know, these players kind of really be cemented in our tournament scene, and we're starting to see, you know, the regular performers come out and show up. But, you know, it's not that there won't be other players just right behind them. We've got a lot of people that are still interested in Guilty Gear Strive based on day one. You know, a lot of people that are just picking it up as a hobby, and as obviously as more content comes out and the balances come out, there's just more things that are happening. I've been playing, you know, a lot of Guilty Gear Strive, despite, you know, I haven't been playing as much as I should have, but Jacko has been fantastic for me. That's a character that I'm definitely having way more fun with than Giovanna, ironically, despite Giovanna like kind of being what you would want in a playstyle.
That's surprising to hear that. I mean, knowing your playstyle, but that's the beauty of playing different fighting games, right? Like, you might find a playstyle in one game that you really like that you might not necessarily really like in another, right? And I think that exploring characters is so important, especially when it comes to just finding out what gels with you with the system of the game. So hey, you know, I say explore around, check things out, and really learn to have fun with the game. I mean, obviously playing the matches is the main part of it, but learn to have fun with the other elements of the game, and you'll stick around for a long time. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, like, you're going to explore many different avenues in the game as the characters come out. You know, it's the reason why the character that I've been playing now, that Jacko, has been, because she's new, you know, she plays the game a completely different way. It opens up a lot of new perspectives, and it keeps me invested and keeps me interested. And a lot of players are going to be like that, where, like, as the game gets balanced, or as other characters come out, or as time goes on, they're going to learn more and more and more about their character, more and more about the game. They're going to get more and more invested, you know. And you know, new games will kind of rotate in and out, but Guilty Gear, I think, has really cemented itself as a household name, as a household title, and I'm really, really glad that we're seeing consistent competition. We're seeing it, like, still on a weekly basis, even almost on a daily basis, and we're seeing players, like, new names show up, and the regular competitors show up, and it's just been, honestly, with the last month and a half or a couple of months that it's been out, it's been more than a pleasure to just watch this game and watch people enjoy this game. So I'm really happy to see it. And I'm really happy to see Diaphone here on the Eno playing against Potemkin. This is going to really, really be a challenge, I would want to say, for Eno. But she's got to be extremely up close. A lot of her tools are just like, they're really, really nice love tap mix-ups. High-low and everything, the way that the pixie mix is. But Potemkin, one touch and she's almost dead.
Yeah, it could be difficult for Eno. I feel like, you know, Potemkin still has work to do in this matchup, because if you guess wrong, you just have to suffer so much with Note being there and you can't flick it. Like, Note on Oki is mad scary. So it's different when it's, you know, used in neutral or whatever, but I don't think that a Diaphone's going to be throwing that out too often, considering, you know, Potemkin's flick can just invalidate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to make him second guess the way that he's going to do offense, but I think that he's sitting pretty comfortably right now with the finish round one. Okay, duel two. Force the burst out of Potemkin really, really early, so we'll see how Gatekeeper adjusts, but man, it's just constant. Look at this high-low, non-stop. Already got the wall splat, HCL to bring him through.
There's the air dash in. Oh, baited out the burst. Diaphone going to get a huge punish. Stroke, purple RC at the wall. Doesn't go through it. Chemical Love whiffs, but just goes low after the PRC. Perfection.
Okay, I know it might look like I don't know what I'm talking about.
You were saying it was a struggle.
And, you know, I know it may look like I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know what? Sometimes the universe just shows you up. Right? Sometimes it's really nice to be pleasantly surprised, okay? But Diaphone showing, you know, just holding forward, constant mix-up. Gatekeeper was not doing much gatekeeping there. He was kind of sitting pretty in the corner, allowing Diaphone to kind of just like do the mix-up. But it is going to be very, very difficult, like you said, to get Eno off of you. But seeing it again.
I mean, that's gonna be the challenge for the Gatekeeper. Gonna put respect on the whole name, and I really do want to see how they adapt here. There's one of the ways, just punching Diaphone back away and saying, you know what, you got to try again.
Yeah, seen a lot of that. Now he's just wanting to play footsies, keep her away as much as possible. Oh, nice, the 6B. Okay, bless him through the wall. He's not dead yet. One more touch
that
will do
Potemkin
it.
Life.
Yeah, he's got it. But okay, puts out the mirror. Oh, she tries to.
There's no way Diaphone jumps here, right? No way.
Oh no, of course not. Why jump? It's Eno. You just slide right under. You stroke the big tree right through.
Oh
okay.
My goodness.
Tries to come in with the dive.
What an answer. I really like what Diaphone did there and just walked back, timed it out, and went for the surprise stroke to big tree on Gatekeeper.
Yeah, finding the right spacing so that way, you know, Gatekeeper wasn't sitting right behind it. But okay, nice, the back throw, Garuda already. Tried to walk up and just go for another strike throw mix up, but there it is. Another.
Big knockdown here. We're going to throw out the reflector once more, but Chemical Love's going to knock back.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, the Gatekeeper almost had enough damage. There's the aggressive burst, but another stroke and a trade for Gatekeeper going to give them a round.
Okay, yeah, unfavorable trade with 2P. Oh man, it was looking really, really close for
Yo!
right there, but super nice counter hit. Oh, they're
Better
trading.
with the Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
5 fingers to the face.
They're trading left and right, and here it is. Gatekeeper back in the corner. Strokes right through, but there's still meter available. No bursts on deck for either of them. Uh-oh. PRC.
Gotta hold that note.
You really do gotta hold that note. It's looking mad dangerous. The PRC again. Oh. He's not out yet.
Not yet.
This is a 3 out of 5 bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Gatekeeper starting to put things together in the first round even. Playing that mid-range I think
Yeah,
is what Gatekeeper is going to need to do in this matchup.
We're gonna see, you know, some of that in these 3 out of 5 brackets, where you start to see the person who's pretty much on the back foot make those adjustments, get some solutions. It's always kind of a race against time too, because if, you know, the other player is skilled enough to recognize that, and obviously Diaphone is, they're going to start pushing their advantage faster and faster to force adaptations to happen quicker, and this maybe force out bad errors as well. So I'm curious to see how the speed that Diaphone approaches this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, being this high level, you're going to be like one step ahead already. Oh, exceptional block after the Psycho Crusher. And Garuda does not want to hold that mix-up, understandably so. It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy. Got 6 speed for their troubles. The Gatekeeper pushed back against the corner. Some sheet music laid down. Definitely got the wrong read. It was low the whole time. Oh. Diaphone playing quick at the wall and through. Plenty of meter for Diaphone to do whatever they want.
Yeah, falling victim to the double overhead mix-up. Already has him in the corner. There it is, the close slash. And now he is at set points already. The Gatekeeper. His adjustments are not coming fast enough. Defense. Hey,
oh, yo.
Oh, man.
All right.
I like when you see Pop Buster, it just resorts to noises. It's so nice to see. Nice, the far slash connects the trade in his favor, because it really defines that the round is turning now. You start to hope.
Yeah. You start. I mean, look. Whenever you get big momentum moves, especially as a grappler, like you get the command grab that lands, you really start to feel that momentum. Speaking of command grabs,
yeah. Oh man, sends him right through. That damage is pretty big on a guy like Pot, and the hard knockdown allows Eno to just go right back in. The throw, 2H, OTG for the perfect Diaphone, 3-0 over the Gatekeeper, and now the Gatekeeper has to move down. Gate keeps some losers matches. Well played, I would want to say. The adjustments could not come well enough, but in time, but they were there. The attempts were made, and I still believe, because you always like seeing a Potemkin succeed.
Yeah, you certainly do. And look, there's the loser side of things to go on. The Gatekeeper going to have to try to make a run there. I really like what Diaphone did in game 3. Really sped things up, decided, oh, you know, I'm just going to force you to guess and make decisions faster and faster. I see you're starting to adapt a little bit. So time to break out a couple of things I've been saving. Like the command grab super, right? Like one of the things you can get caught sleeping, and it does a ton of damage, especially if you're at the wall.
Yeah, one thing that, you know, Diaphone did start to notice that not only was he getting opened up a little bit in the mix-up, but he stopped pressing buttons on the advancements, right? So he was doing a lot of the dives, a lot of Psycho Crusher, and then the aerial follow-up afterwards. He got the Gatekeeper to just start holding down back, especially with the way that he was coming in with the high lows. There was no way that he was going to be pressing those buttons. So then he decides, okay, I know you're scared. I'm going to land. I'm going to do Megalomania. And it was pretty devastating to get command grabbed as a grappler, of course, especially with how.
Look, I mean, yeah, you can get shook, like, right, like you're like, hey, I'm supposed to be,
but that's me. That's my line, you know. But you know, it's tough. It's hard. In making those kinds of adjustments does sometimes take time, you know, especially in a matchup that you're maybe not be too familiar with. That's not a character that you see very often. Eno, you know, it's a very high execution character, and a lot of players are not ready for that. But you know, hopefully by the end of this bracket, or by wherever they're at, he will have figured it out. But we are going to figure out how this next match between Hotachi and Bean goes in this winners quarterfinal.
Yeah, again, Hotachi's a different type of player. It is it's a tall order for sure, but doable. So especially depending on, you know, who you're playing and how you approach the game. I always try to, you know, let people know, don't build up the person you're playing in your head to be this unbeatable, undefeatable, wall. And maybe things will shape out, especially if you got your level 2000 chip. You got plenty of hours in Guilty Gear Strive.
He might have a chance,
Might have played a Nago or two.
Might have played some Guilty Gear. All right, so maybe he's got what it takes to get past Hotashi. Evo champion versus top tier. Let's see how this goes. Yo, Bean with the glowy name. Dan, you're an expert. How do you get that?
The glowy name is when you climb all the way up to the upper ranks, you get the nice little aura on you. Speaking of aura in the upper ranks, Hotashi going upstairs, making sure Bean knows what to do with the 5D.
Okay, the BRC to kind of retain that pressure. And there it is, the 5P after he jumps back. Thinking he was going to press a button, but here we are. Duel 2. Bean, you cannot, look, flashiness. Oh my god, already with the wall break? Was that even counter hit? Nago Ryuki. Where's Hotashi's glowing name? Oh no.
Hotashi doesn't do too much celestial battles, I don't believe. I believe he does more park stuff. However, what is going to be parked is Bean's ability to roll forward, because Hotashi putting number 1 on the board for this first to 3.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Message is coming out. Thank you for the match. That was it's an honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm humbled by your ass beating, sir. But yeah, Hotashi kind of making clean work of Bean, clearly a ranked climber. Clearly no stranger to this matchup, but we didn't get to see a lot of what Bean was able, we didn't get to see much of what Bean was able to throw out. Hopefully Bean is able to position properly in this upcoming match and get some hits on the board. He didn't earn that flashy name for nothing.
No, certainly not. But this is Hotashi too. I mean, you gotta realize what's going on here. It's also about the player. But at the same time, Bean getting some advantage here, gets the drill kick into the throw. Okay. Alpha Blade blocked. Hotashi keeping it clean. There's the 6S.
Oh, the burst! What an RC point! And Hotashi was just not ready for that. The burst got extremely baited, or some unlucky circumstance. But here he is. He's in the air without seeing where Hotashi was. Extremely dangerous. He just decides to block, because if you do not see Nago Ryuki on the screen when you're in the air, it can be super dangerous. Just like that, as we see right there. Hotashi sealing the deal. Stealing the lead back.
The fanciest of footworks as well. And yeah, I really like Hotashi's patience there, even after getting the burst blocked up and punished.
Yeah, okay, nice. Beta Blade out.
Gotta let him know. Cross up drill kick block, but the Alpha Blade's gonna get it going. PRC to keep the combo going.
Oh man, look at the schmooze. My goodness.
I mean, look. If you're gonna play chip, you're gonna play chip, right? Like, you're not gonna play chip and then start to, zigzag around and hang out in the neutral space. No, you want to get in. You want to start running some mix.
Oh man, that close slash anti-air is super devastating for the Bean. The Bean still going up. Close slash anti-air once again. It's dangerous. You're playing a very, very dangerous game, Bean. Taking Hotashi off of the screen. It's mad scary when there's 2 stacks of blood meters, so those normals are going to be looking huge, and Hotashi knows he wants to keep him away. Okay, with the bite, but PRC to make it safe, and he's going to explode!
Definitely going to explode. Plenty of damage available. Wow, Bean actually pressed the button there. Hotashi didn't have meters, so it's a little bit safer, but still, it's one of those things you got to be super careful. 6S going to connect. Continuation. Hotashi bursts.
Okay, the PRC to try to just keep some distance, but making it safe. Oh, yeah, there it is. The quote-unquote DP to close that out. What's it operates, not too.
I mean, that was a chip sequence as well, and I'm not talking about the character. I'm talking about the damage on the on the side being applied by Hotashi. Even if you're FDing, he didn't have that much meter, and there were chunks taken off of the tension just trying to barrier that. So Hotashi recognizing it and just spending meter to close things out.
Yeah,
it's almost a checkmate type of situation.
I would say so. I think that, with the lack of defensive options or rather, the lack of meter kills your defensive options, right? So you're gonna have to just IB that, and hopefully you can take a turn back. It's a huge gamble, or honestly, it is just checkmate. So, but there is still time here for the Bean to make this comeback. Caught below, already in the corner.
Oh, look at that pressure sliding up into the DMs. 5K, 6K, bursted out immediately because Bean was certainly going to go through the wall if they did not do that. Snack attack missed, but the 2H connects into the blood burst. Me? No, I thought Hotashi was going to do the fuzzy with the JH, but decided not to.
I got the counter hit off of the low, but was not able to convert, and now this could be dangerous. There it is, the throw that kills Hotashi, sitting at set point here. No burst available for either of them. Bean playing extremely offensive, but high risk. And the payout just hasn't been there. Extremely nice mix-ups here. Throws him out. That was super clean.
Yeah, that was good awareness from Hotashi to know to throw that Alpha Blade. However, it is Bean. Until they put themselves in the corner, this is a rough situation. Hotachi has plenty of blood gauge to spin if he wants to go ahead and slide on in. Oh, the close slash anti-air once again, and this should be dead.
It is dead, man. That nerf to Chips J2K looking like it's pretty devastating here with how consistently Hotashi was able to close slash anti-air them and taking it 3-0 over the Bean, making it look super clean. Unfortunate, but it's the name of the game sometimes. Thank you. Thank you.
Sometimes you got to do it to him. Hotashi, I mean, we're expecting him to go far in the bracket, so there's no like surprise. However, Bean did have him on a very close game point in game 2. So, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if we see more of Bean coming through the loser side. It's just sometimes you deal with a difficult matchup. And unfortunate stuff. Going to be Hotashi moving on.
Yeah. I mean, it's what it is. I mean, with how your character, it's strange how you can see very much. I just want to touch on the whole J2K being anti-air very, very often, but he's still using it as the engaged tool. Like when he would get the mix-ups with the Alpha Blade kind of side switch and Alpha Blade going up into the high-low mix-up, it seemed to work very, very often, but having to cycle that more times due to how limited your approach tools are now, and how aware Hotashi has been with that offense, opening up the holes for himself. Like, it's just, with the anti-air close slash, with throwing the Alpha Blades, the way that he's able to stuff that offense by putting the 5K out, it's just Hotashi. Like you said, he may have just been playing in the parks, but he's definitely been studying. You know, he's got the notebook, taking it over there with the parks. He's like going to Central Park, playing chess, but he's got the notebook on him the entire time. You know,
you gotta write it down.
You gotta write it down.
Gotta write it down. Gotta know what the opponent did, know what you did, know why it works or why it does not work, and being a student of the game certainly helps. You see it come through for Hotashi time and time again.
Yeah, and it's doing exceptionally well for himself. Hotashi just playing a lot, in tournament, out of tournament, you know, living and breathing Guilty Gear Strive, and being with the accolades that we can see him have there. You got to be studious. You can play the game a lot. You can wear your medals, but where does it show in the performance?
There you go. That's really what matters most. And speaking of matters most, shout outs to our sponsors. Obviously, this is GFUEL Overdrive, brought to you by Maturino. And the sponsor, the charity for this event, is American Red Cross Disaster Relief specifically. Hurricane Ida disaster relief efforts are going on right now for the American Red Cross, and they are working around the clock with several partners to provide help to people struggling with the heartbreaking damage left behind by Hurricane Ida. It is all across the Gulf Coast, the areas that need help, and American Red Cross is one of the organizations that's been looking into how they can help the people the most. Almost 1 million people in Louisiana and Mississippi alone remain without power in extreme heat that feels more than 100 degrees hot. So look, all of these dollars go into an incredibly good cause. So thank you very much for spreading the word. Thank you very much for letting people know what's going on. And thank you to the American Red Cross for allowing us to work with you to earn charity dollars for a fantastic cause.
Yeah. Yeah, the Red Cross, full of volunteer work. 90% of the Red Cross workers are volunteers, and everything that you're able to donate really helps their job and helps the way that we can provide relief funds for all of the survivors of hurricane, out of all the people that are dealing with the aftermath of the hurricane, or any natural disasters that are happening in North American region. But you guys, just something as simple as like $10 can provide a home cooked meal for a day for these people, and it's something that we oftentimes take for granted. We live in cities and we live in places that you wouldn't expect to be hit with something as heavy as this. Natural disasters really sometimes come out of nowhere. Fires come out of nowhere. It's really nice to have the support network come for you and provide this help and provide this relief for you, and to be funded by people like us, just regular spectators like us, or regular Americans like us, to help people across the nation with something as a simple small donation. It feels great, and it feels nice that we have something in place like this. So please, thank you everybody for showing your support for a company like that, for a workforce like that, for people like that. Thank you for being part of this event.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of the things that really makes the opportunities that we see in the FGC so fantastic, is being able to do things like this and help people who really, really need it. So, you know what? If you can spread the word, let people know what's going on with this GFUEL event, please do so. Social currency is free. Liking and retweet is free. And you never know who's going to show up to help out.
Yeah, we do in the FGC. Not to... Do you remember that conversation that was going around? I don't know if you've been on Twitter, in the Twitterverse like that lately, Dan. I know I've been seeing a lot of positivity coming from your Twitter, but with how people were talking about the player versus commentator payment stuff, which was absolutely...
I really didn't tune into that one. Like I said, I try my best to, hop on Twitter, see what's going on with the homies, help them out, spread some, awareness, but I don't stick around long enough to really get into a lot of things. So I must have missed that one.
It was kind of strange. I'll admit, it was a strange conversation. I only catch the surface level of it. To be fair, I don't dive deep into it. It just kind of passes on my timeline, and I'm like, this is a little weird. And then I catch the surface, and then I skim past, and I try to do a fraction of what you do, spreading positivity and supporting the homies and everything, anything that helps me feel positive in my day. But that was an interesting take. Basically, they're trying to say some stuff commentators get paid a lot more than the players, and we're all broke, man. We're all volunteers. We're all trying our best. We're all scrapping.
Yeah, that's the real takeaway from that, is everyone could be doing better, and we have to recognize that there are opportunities to work together, whether you're a player, commentator, viewer, spectator at an event. All of these things are platforms that we can raise each other up on. So it's a conversation that is who cares?
Who cares?
End of the day? Because we're still in the FGC, and the FGC has so far that it can go, and so much potential, that if we're not tapping into that all the way, then who cares?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I don't know why there's always this divisiveness that happens. There's always these elitists and sects of people that kind of isolate themselves within the FGC, or isolate people outside of the FGC, when it's we're all one big community. We're all just trying to press buttons, and we're all trying to play Guilty Gear. Who cares if you make 50 cents more on an event than I do? Who cares? I don't know. It was just a weird conversation. It made me. I got to thinking about it because of like the Red Cross volunteers, and how I was just like, damn, they don't get paid much of anything if they do it all. And then talking about how we can relate as FGC members, and then I'll just remember that conversation. I just thought it was such a silly conversation. And silly conversations happen all the time on Twitter. It happened most recently Melty Blood. It happens all the time, and I just want to press buttons, man. I just want to play games. I just want to play Guilty Gear Strive. I just want to do the Jacko Vic subs because they hurt my hands, man. They hurt my hands.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff I've seen in the tech I've seen for her, it look like they are input intensive is one way I'll put it.
You know, one insight that I got while playing that character is like you can practice, you can see mountains and mountains of tech in hyper-specific situations, but you're not really practicing those specific situations. It's about building the awareness with that character to adapt when those situations arise, to know how to like get the opportunity when that situation arises. And a lot, it's very simple because I play Manat in Street Fighter V, and she's the same way, because it's just like I'm trying to practice all these orb mix-ups and how to do all these fancy orb combos and stuff, and like you're not really practicing that. You're not really practicing the minion high APM combos. You're not really practicing the high APM orb combos. You're trying to be familiar enough with your character where you can improvise efficiently, improvise effectively. And I think that is very cool in a game like this, because
I think so too. I think that especially in this game, but any fighting game really,
yeah,
being able to think about your responses in a sequence of moves as opposed to like inputs that you're trying to like, okay, I need to input this in order to do this move. It just allows you to synergize with what's happening on screen, because you're able to just freestyle. It's almost as if your response in your mind happens automatically. You know that you're going to be able to do it. Like you're not worried about the physical part of it, which is really cool. Like
there are situations that you would lab out and like punishes that you want to be prepared for and take advantage of. But remember when we were both like playing Ramlethal at one time, or like I think that, you know, maybe you were like on the cusp of playing Ramlethal and I was playing Ramlethal, and I was just like, dude, I feel like I can just freestyle on this character. You know, people were just like, oh yeah, they get to play Guilty Gear because they can freestyle. I feel like Jacko is very much that. Like that's what locks that in for me, where it's just like, oh yeah, I just freestyle. I'm just making stuff up as I go along, and it really works. And I think that's the most fun that you can be having in games like this. And I think that's like when you said I'm playing Ram because I don't want to work as hard, or something like that, when you because you were switching from Nago to Ram.
Absolutely.
And it made more now it makes sense to me when you say I don't want to work as hard, is because like you can just do something and it works. Like maybe it might not be the most effective thing, but you'll get a counter hit and you'll be like, okay, this feels right. Let me do this. Yeah. And then it works.
Yeah. I find when learning a game, this is for me personally, if I can play a character who allows me to learn the system of the game without having to worry about how to specifically and in very nuanced situations go for something that is not only does it work, but it's like you have to do this because that's really the only way, right? Like this is the only way to get to punish with this counter hit. If I have a character that can kind of freestyle a little bit and do things, and it isn't the most optimal, but it still works and gets you continuing to play the game, the system of the game, that works better for me. And that's really what I mean, is when I'm like, I'm switching to Ram because I don't want to have to work as hard, because the game was brand new and I really wanted to learn the systems of the game. Like how does this work? What is the flow of the game? What is the pacing that I need to be at? What are the rules, right? Like all of those things are so important.
I mean, like you played Shotos in a lot of the fighting games that you would pick up because of that. Like the Shoto is supposed to, you know, teach you the systems of the game. Like they're supposed to be like the basic operational character within those game systems, which is why I was really surprised that you didn't like want to play Soul at all when Soul was happening.
Soul is like and this is something with anime shotos just in general. Soul is more Akuma-ish than like, you know what I mean? Like it's
No.
not,
No.
it's
What are
not,
you ta-
it's I mean, he has a lot of stuff and it just not my flavor, not my flavor of
Mhm.
Shoto-esque character. And so, it just didn't fit my style, didn't fit my aesthetic.
So you're feeling like
And
whereas Kai is Ryu, Akuma is Soul or Soul.
I think something kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neither
Okay.
one of those characters really are like
Each
this
other.
fits my aesthetic type of thing.
Yes.
So I just didn't go for them in anime games. There aren't really any anime games that I've played that are like I picked the Shoto character if I think back about it. So, maybe that's just a staple. But
That's
I do
true.
agree. I do agree that finding that character that allows you to learn the system without having to work and climb through the character, for me personally, this is a me personally type of thing, really does work well. And some people are like that, some people are not. Some people actually like to learn with characters that are require certain mechanics and patience and hard work because it helps them learn the game faster.
I mean, you also did play Wagner.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Wagner's
I'm talking about systems. Wagner, does she? Does she really?
she does. Look, I don't want to get into this conversation. All I'm going to say is she does follow the system. She also uses the system very well, but certainly not a Shoto type character.
Who
I
are
would say.
you thinking? Yeah, that's the joke that I'm trying to get at. Who are you interested in? I know that you were briefly before, like off stream, we were talking about you having a slight interest in Melty Blood. Who are you thinking about playing in Melty Blood?
The only character that from all the characters I've seen that even looks cool to me is the Nordic dude Vlo.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I don't know his name.
I'm not I'm not a Melty player. I'm not going to pretend like I am, but he's the only one that I looked at and I was like, oh, they look cool. Everyone else, I was like, meh, not really.
He's one of the few characters with drip. He does look sick.
Like he looks really cool. I haven't even seen match footage of him. I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Not really my aesthetic per se, but if there were a character I was going to play in that game, it would be him. From just like I like that of all the characters, that aesthetic to me is like, oh, that looks cool. So I'll play it. I'll try it out. But I definitely will give any fighting game a chance. Like, so just because I'm not naturally like, oh, this game looks sick, I immediately want to play it, doesn't mean that I won't give it a shot, because I believe that, playing more fighting games helps you get better at the ones that you're like really focused on, number one. And number two, it could be fun and you don't know. Like, why rob yourself of the opportunity of potentially finding something you actually enjoy quite a bit?
Right, absolutely. I mean, like there are instances where, you'll try out a game and it might not be, your cup of tea on the surface, but then you play it and it's just the most fun that you've had in a long time. I remember when, actually, to go extremely way off on the genre, I never wanted to play Tekken. I thought Tekken was for babies. I thought Tekken was silly. I thought Tekken was just absolutely not for me. I didn't want to play Tekken by any means. But then I saw Josie and I was like, all right, maybe I'll give this a shot. Maybe I'll try it. Because, visually, that character was what I wanted. I got representation. I got a fighting style that really worked for me. And I gave it a shot. And I tried to learn Tekken, and I ended up having a ton of fun with it. So to reinforce your point, yeah, you'll give anything a shot, and you might find something within that game that you end up really, really loving. And Melty Blood, I'm going to do the same. I'm not even going to pretend that I've ever played Melty Blood in my life. Like, I've probably toyed around with it once in some random hotel room somewhere on like a Nokia brick, but it's like it's okay. It looks all right. It's fun to watch. And now with the new characters coming out and with the new game happening, I might give it a shot. And
I don't think I have a no layout version.
We'll see where it goes, but we're gonna see where this upcoming match goes. We finally got the matchup on stream. Spooky was having, or I'm sorry, not Spooky. Arturo was having some troubles here with the stream, so SQ is going to provide their stream for us here.
Yeah, it's going to be SQ versus Razo. Razo, one of the stronger Leo players in the States. Obviously, SQ, if you don't know her, you just haven't seen Guilty Gear Strive in North America. The RAM to watch and to behold in North America. And yeah, she puts out some really good tech too. If you're interested in Ramlethal. That was a great throw.
What a risk. What a huge risk by her to go for that throw. A hyper awareness, but Razo able to pick that up. Closes out with a super duel. That was the first game. It feel, you know, rounds in this game go extremely fast, and that one was just like a 25-second round. It felt super long, but you know, perhaps with both of these experienced players. Oh my God, the Leo dancing on her.
Hey, why did I get hit by
The overhead. Is this gonna OTG?
Not low. That's not low.
Yeah,
yeah, definitely does OTG. Yeah, definitely the OTG. So, I mean, that is the finisher for that sequence. And Razo, hey,
she was on the ground for a while. Like, I didn't know if that was gonna happen, but you know, props to Razo for that awareness. And taking game one in this. Thank you to SQ for providing the stream for us. Big fan of the layout.
All right, we got this.
Not a Persona player.
Cool
but,
stuff.
you know,
cool stuff.
But it's okay. SQ, new to me. But you know, did extremely well earlier in the tournament that we saw them play. But we'll see this one goes.
All right, Razo off to a fast start. Goes for the side
burst.
switch. Gold burst though for SQ. Spend a little bit of cash if allowed. Razo moving forward. Still has burst available. Oh my goodness. / forced out the burst there. And a counter hit from downtown.
Oh no, no meter. So it's not going to be as devastating as it could be. But SQ still sitting on a full bar. Oh no. That was super ambiguous. I completely understand. That was just a really, really tough situation defensively. But SQ not deterred, jumping back with the JS. Oh no, already getting put back in the corner. Leo.
Oh, neutral jump. S. Another / heavy sass. Razo just running into him. SQ with the continuation from the 5K. 2K 2D. Oh, the quick RC was whiffed.
Okay, blocks, guard crush, super scary. Goes for the, okay, nice. Good block from SQ. Oh man, the dive.
Razo with the, just the JD into the sky, straight into SQ arms extension here with the Rekka. The swords at the wall, 214H, closing it out for the round.
Yep, holding on to the burst, understandably so. You're already at super, super low life, and that burst could really turn the tide for this final round here. But SQ getting brought over to the corner. Oh no, went for the low.
Might be dead. No, I'm not dead.
I think it super. Wall break. Life lead is massive here, and he's sitting at a meter advantage, burst advantage, life advantage. It's going to be very scary for SQ. But she pokes her way out. Nice with the cross up, JS. Sends it. Oh, couldn't quite pick it up.
SQ looking to try to battle back, but Razo navigating the swords really well, getting themselves out of a very difficult scenario. And now it's up. Razo up 2-0.
2-0. Right, Leo being a huge force to be reckoned with lately after those
very strong character,
very, very, we'll say controversial buffs within the last patch that allow Leo's already extremely powerful mix to be extremely more powerful. So people adjusting accordingly. SQ had some very, very good defensive decisions there. You know, that still got opened up a little bit. That's just the nature of the game. But some of those decisions were made very, very intelligently. And it was nice to see those adjustments be made very, very, very loud.
I certainly I think that game 2 was better for SQ than game 1. It's one of those scenarios that, you know, you look at it and you're like, okay, I'm down 0-2, but I'm starting to figure out the matchup. Neutral jump S again. Razo just being relentless in forcing SQ to really choose what she's going to do much faster than even in game 2. So how do you approach this as a player, right? Because Razo is just doing what they've been doing, but it's just faster and the pace is not in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now has Razo in the corner. Oh, tried to inch his way out, but the 5K to lock him down. And here we go. The splat. Super. Spin that meter. Spend some time. Okay, inches her way in. But gets that meter, and that's going to be dead.
Okay.
With a
Good
nice
Good
counter
stuff.
hit.
I like using the heavy slash there to catch the projectile startup for SQ. That's something that you're going to want to see her do a little bit more if she's going to stay on the winner side of things.
Okay, double jumps out. There it is, the JH, but couldn't quite convert from it. Him look, trying. Inches
Overhead dome split wide open. Yeah, Razo with the turbulence at the wall and straight through. SQ on last legs for this round. Going to have to make all the right decisions.
Okay, going with the low. There it is, the PRC trying to open him up. Oh, the flash kick out.
A little too close for that.
Unfortunate, but Squirrel does have burst. Burst available for both of them now.
Nope, the low. There's the burst used by SQ. Immediately doesn't want to get close to that wall at all. JS, just a three-piece combo. Plenty of damage. Oh, counter hit Daro lifting up Razo to the skies. Another big counter hit with the heavy slash. Razo in the corner.
Okay, tries to bait the burst in that instance. We might see it there. There it is. Okay, SQ doing with one sword, but now in the corner trying to retrieve that sword. And the mix is just going to be insane. The dunk.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Yeah.
Razo has meter. If SQ gets opened up, yep.
Not dead, not dead.
Oh, not quite yet.
But very close.
SQ doesn't even have meter to stop this pressure. PRC projectile, the classic. Oh, Razo hammering away and gets the throw. SQ going down 0-3.
Oh, tragic. Extremely close game there by SQ. But Razo, that momentum almost never stopped. Once he had a Squirrel in the corner, SQ was just constantly in the back foot. And some tragic drops there. Nature of the game, that's going to happen sometimes. But especially in high stress situations like that. But you know what? Still played out of her mind in some of those defensive situations. Congrats to Razo for moving forward. And hopefully Art can fix the stream.
Yeah, hopefully we get everything nice and healthy on the stream side of things.
Oh, we're seeing some camaraderie over in the Discord chat between the two of them. SQ saying GG's and Razo saying, I've wanted to play you for a while. GG's.
Oh, that's nice.
That's really nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Love to see that type of I mean, obviously, you know, you when the match is going on, you're definitely not friends, but I always like seeing the fact that afterwards you can, you know, come together and even, you know, give props. So that's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it is always nice. You know, at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. We're all here to play games. You can talk all this trash you want, but it comes from a good place. It comes from a place that's just part of the spirit of fighting games. Unfortunately, sometimes.
Indeed.
Sometimes it's very stressful. Sometimes it's just trying to play the game. Please, please stop.
Yeah, sometimes it can be super stressful, but that is the beauty of the game in and of itself. And while we're taking this quick break, let's give a shout outs to obviously GFUEL for running Overdrive 2, Matcherino for hosting it, and American Red Cross letting us run this event for their charity. American Red Cross disaster relief specifically for Hurricane Ida. Efforts are going on right now to help individuals affected by Hurricane Ida, whether that be trying to help them restore power, whether that is giving them fuel or food to continue living some semblance of a life. American Red Cross is at the helm, guiding relief efforts every single day, and it is a fantastic cause. Trained Red Cross volunteers have already made more than 1,000 contacts, providing emotional support, health services, and spiritual care for people who have been evacuated. You know, one of the things that we often don't think about is obviously there's the material damage of a natural disaster, but then that's that personal, that internal damage, and you need to address both. And the American Red Cross providing those services from that perspective really does show how they go to the limit to help those affected by things like Hurricane Ida. All right, I see a Ramlethal up here. Looks like it is Omniscypher with the Omni-Man avatar. Their opponent's going to be Diaphone on the Eno.
I was jarred. I was taking care of some stream things. Thank you, Dan, for telling the people of the beauty that the Red Cross accomplishes. And Omniscythe, I thank you. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, man. That's really funny. Yeah, coming up against Diaphone here. So we're going to see another Ramlethal versus Eno. Interestingly enough, despite how I wonder if the consensus on Ramlethal has stayed the same since the game's launch. Like, is she still the top tier that she was back then? Now that the game has kind of figured out, now that we've had some adjustments made, she's clearly very, very strong. But I wonder if people have identified more like what locks her in at the top if she is still up there. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so that's a discussion that I've had in several circles. I think that Ram is certainly a character that can get the job done. I mean, you know, she definitely has the tools still, but there's just something that is not as prevalent as some of the other characters who you consider top tier with Ramlethal. And I'm not to say that she's weak, but I just don't think that she's hands down like top 3 material. But that doesn't mean that she's not strong. I mean, you can see Ramlethal do work all across the globe. So yeah, it's really tough to say. And I think that actually is a good thing. I think it's a good thing that it's just not like, oh yeah, she's absolutely 100% busted. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, right. I think that the more characters you have that are like Ramlethal, where it's like, yeah, she's certainly strong, but I don't know if I'd say she's top tier. That type of scenario with the game's roster is really healthy.
And it's not like we're downplaying Ramlethal or anything, right? That's like proper identification of like that character's strengths and weaknesses, like what that character does exceptionally well, what they may falter on, and where that may place them on a list. And it kind of fluctuates. It's kind of always speculative, and I really like that about a game's balance and that position on a game, where things always have a counter argument, and things like any character's strength will always have a weakness and always has counterplay. And I think Ramlethal is one of the largest subjects of that kind of conversation, where it comes to like, where does this character land? Like, obviously she's exceptionally strong, but where would you kind of place her above and below other characters? Because it's not like, oh yeah, Soul actually probably got some buffs in that patch in some shadow ways, but you know, people can kind of like attempt to downplay Soul, but with Ram, it's like, when you're trying to point out Ramlethal's weaknesses, kind of everybody just like nods their head and goes like, oh yeah, but she's still strong.
yeah. It's certainly a situation where it's like, oh yeah, this is this and that, but oh yeah, she's definitely still strong.
Yeah,
I think that's like I said, I think that's a really good thing. I think there are some other characters like Eno who are more in that question mark area of like, is she strong? Is she not strong? There's a huge amount of debate around that piece, whereas Ramlethal has agreed to be strong despite having some weaknesses.
Yeah, it's true. Like, Ramlethal is like the top tier character, but like how, you know? And then Eno, it's just like, this character, if played properly, if played the way that we saw Diaphone play earlier in bracket, it's just like, oh yeah, this character's messed up. Come on, this character clearly against the way that they played against Gatekeeper, it was just like, there's no question. But then who knows, we might see the way that Eno's played against Omniscythe and really start to question, you know, what we feel. She is strong. Like, I want to say Eno is exceptionally powerful. I think that the way that she applies offense is very, very cumbersome, very, very difficult to deal with. Her escape opportunities are really, really nice with her invincible super, with her fast buttons, with the way that she can just kind of like escape strike throw mix up with stroke, because you see it all the time, and it is ridiculous to see a stroke the big tree on wake up, and it is frustrating to deal with. But I think Ino has very, very clear weaknesses where there are holes in her offense in the way that she can. We saw it, some of it. We saw the Gatekeeper exploit some of that in the previous set, where a lot of her aerial moves will have gaps. If you call out the mix-up properly, if you call out the double overhead, that is punishable. Stroke the big tree, if she doesn't have meter, it can be exceptionally dangerous. Or if you're willing to take that risk on the slash versus heavy slash version and interrupt it, can be devastating for her. It is a risk, you know. You gotta be gutsy, right? You gotta be gutsy.
You definitely gotta be gutsy when it comes to calling out some of that stuff. I think Remlethal actually can do that really well, just because Remlethal's 6P is so low profile that it really does help quite a bit when it comes to calling out the stuff. However, if you guess wrong, you still get opened up, still get pushed to the wall, still have to deal with the stroke on Oki or even note on Oki. So it's not easy to do, but I like what you said about, having those spaces where it's more about the decisions you make and not necessarily, what she's doing is just super, super duper strong. And so it's a knowledge thing as well.
Yeah, it is a knowledge thing. A lot of time is some defensive guesswork. Sometimes it's a little bit of Yomi, but you know what? I think that's a well-designed game where you have your universal defensive options that are going to obviously get that character off of you, but if you want to escape a character's pressure, sometimes you gotta be in the right mindset. You gotta kind of be in that attacker's head to bust out. That's the one thing that people praise Killer Instinct very, very heavily on, right? You gotta be in your opponent's head if you want to be able to get out of these situations and start to turn the tide. I don't think it's too different here. But here we go. We got Omni Scythe versus Diaphone. Oh, we're catching up a little bit. Roll back. You know what it is.
I like the orange colors to hide the dust.
Oh, yeah.
Disgusting tech.
The blend in with the background? Tech. Disgusting.
Yep. Strive players only want one thing, and it's disgusting.
It's camouflage. All right, here we go. Omniside trying to take the tide back. Oh, the jump out. Good awareness from Diaphone to know the gap there and abuse it to their best ability.
I like that 5P from Omniscypher just to keep Diaphone honest. Make sure that they don't get any free jump mixes. There's the note, air dash over. A little bit of a connection, but there's the 6P, the knockdown. You got to do it again. Where's the blocks looking like? Oh, it was the jump cancel.
Oh.
Now Omniscypher stuck at the wall. The super going to send him through.
Hard knockdown. You goon. I like it. All right, Omni Scythe comes in between the block string, busts out. Oh, drops the combo, and now the YRC comes out.
Oh, the long range sword set. You don't often see a nice conversion with the D after the jump S connects, and Omni Scythe taking around.
That was so nice. That was really clean. Exceptional call out, throwing this gun to the wall, and then knowing that Diaphone had jumped out last time and calling out the jump out this time, and was exceptionally ready with the air-to-air, not only the air-to-air conversion, but the air-to-air 2-kill into the 6H. And now the momentum has begun to shift. The gold burst to get out of that and cancels the 214H, but responds with the super X. Now, there it is, plus frames.
Plus frame.
Catch with the low.
Yeah, there's the pressure. Omniscypher getting hemmed up in the corner at the moment. Diaphone not stopping. There's the JH, the unusable button coming
Block
through.
On the 6P. Okay, nice. Oh, just whiffs the 214S, and there it is, the overhead from the dash. That's going to do it for Diaphone. Game uno.
That was a big comeback for Diaphone because they were up against the wall in that third round and managed to come all the way back to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was looking pretty risky from Diaphone after the second round, but Omniscythe opened up. That's gonna be what it is. But I think Art is still having some audio issues, so we're going to do some menuing before the players can start again. Hopefully it doesn't put them on ice too much. Here we go, right back into the game. Yeah, it's kind of left and right? It's kind of, you're seeing a little bit of A, a little bit of B in terms of who's taking the lead in these games, and that only means that you've got a really, really good match. Omni Scythe, again, with a couple of pretty tragic drops, but also had some exceptional conversions and very, very clutch moments. But we'll see how that comes here. God bless the rollback.
Yeah, well, gotta catch up. Speaking of catching up, Direfone starting back right where they left off. 214H blocked, no RC available, so a full punish from Direfone. Certainly ready for that one. Ooh. And he knows has some of the best options with stroke.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a really, really tricky situation on defense for you. When Eno is kind of just like bouncing up and down, you're really, really left guessing with the high-low. And there it is with the throw, and now Direfone inches his way out.
Big counter hit coming out for Direfone, pushing Omni Scythe into the corner. Finally got me. I've commentated so many events with Omni Scythe and haven't called him Omni Man once, but hey, everybody gets one. Punish? Absolutely.
Ah, nice, the air throw.
Big counter hit. Look at this. Pressure, forced out the burst from Omni Scythe. Direfone sizing things up. The dive connects the purple RC to connect all the way through. Game 2 going over to Direfone.
Okay, Direfone making quick work of that game there. And we're probably going to see, hopefully, some exceptionally strong adjustments from Omni Scythe. It's not out of the woods for him quite yet. Come get this word. I like
the post-match quotes from the avatars are some of the best stuff about the
avatar system.
Yeah. I really do like it.
I like the personalized messages. Yeah, when my avatar hops on the thing, it just goes scrap. Whoop, scrap. And then when I lose, it just says it be like that. I like the personalized messages, and I like that the avatars themselves as well. It's gonna be fun to see Omni Man come out. Okay, here we go. Roll back, just catching us up here. Ooh, nice JS. Gold burst out.
There's pressure here from Direfone. High-low, which way did he go? Overhead connects again. There's the stroke. Big plus frames. Gotta hold the note as well. Man, the toes are getting blown back. Rim gonna need to put on some boots.
You know, this is how you know that. Oh, the 214H. This is how you know that Direfone is a very seasoned Guilty Gear player. Wow, the stroke right underneath the gun, but still got caught with the throw. BRC is prepared. There it is, the 6P, pushing him in the corner, and here we go. The vortex begins, but the throw out of the stroke into the 214H OTG. Exceptional kill from Omni Scythe. Oh, comes up immediately with the JP. What a call out.
Yeah, gonna have to continue to do that as well. You saw the throw come out for Omni Scythe in that round to stop the stroke, but it's pretty much been Direfone all over again this round.
Uh-oh. Pretty dangerous for him now.
Okay, here we go. Duel 3. Omni Scythe's last chance here. Direfone threatening to go 3-0. Look at this pressure here. Got him low again. Stroke at the wall. And the super. Not a lot of life left for Omni Man. Last chance, last dance.
Okay, unrelenting. Nice. Comes in again with the stroke. Playing happy with that, but he's got the life lead to be making those kinds of moves. And Omni Scythe just has to be very, very ready for it. Nice. Comes in with the air. Didn't quite kill the YRC. Bring it back. And there it is, the 2D. Oh. Tragic. Direfone taking it 3-0 over Omni Scythe, but it wasn't free. Omni Scythe making very, very good adjustments, very good moves, but just not enough to inch a game out and bring that momentum back. Congrats to Direfone. and see you next time, Omni-Man.
Omni-Man going to just leave the planet for a little bit. You never know what's going to happen next. But what is going to come our way next is another match. Zentai and King John should be the next one coming up.
All right.
Or is it Hotashi and Razo? It's Hotashi and Razo. Excuse me.
It is Hotashi.
I was right the first time.
I'm looking at the chat. I was trying to verify for us. Hotashi versus Razo. So it's going to be the Nago versus Leo. I was typing in the names for the scoreboard, and for Hotashi, I just typed in Nago Ryuki.
That's pretty good.
My hands took over.
It's just Nago. It's not even the player anymore. It's just actually the character.
He's just the character, man. Oh, man. I want to see when offline stuff comes back. Hotashi, if you're listening, if you show up to a bracket cosplayed as Nago, you'd probably take the cake as like my favorite player, my favorite Guilty Gear player. That'd be so cool. Hotashi, many accolades as Naga Ryuki, but Razo played an extremely clean Leo against SQ we saw earlier. So we're going to see how they play this matchup, and it looks like Arturo is going to spectate Hotashi's stream, so we're going to get a little bit of a personalized experience for you guys. And while that boots up, I just want to thank you again for tuning in to GFUEL Overdrive, hosted by Matcherino and sponsored by the American Red Cross. It's been one hell of a show so far. We're moving steadily along through the bracket. That was the first winner semifinal match of the day. We're rounding out our top 8 for the day, so that's basically the territory that we are in. So you guys saw the first match of top 8. So to clarify, or to run through down the bracket, we had Omniscythe versus Diaphone for the first match of the winner semifinals. Up next we have Razo versus Hotashi. Down in the loser side of things we have Zentai versus King John. And it's still going to be determined for the last match, but we do have Bean over down there in the bottom, going to fight the winner. It looks like it's going to be Bean versus SQ. Perfect. So we have our top 8 secured for the day. You guys are in for more high octane Guilty Gear Strive action. I want to thank you for being part of the stream. If you're watching us on the YouTube live stream, you are a real one.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks to everyone who's jumping in, hanging out with myself and Seth, watching some fantastic Guilty Gear Strive. And yeah, I mean, Bean's back in it. I thought we might see more of them. Just, despite going down 0-3 to Hotashi, they played really solid in that set. So definitely not surprised to see them in the top 8 side of things. And yeah, all these matches sound fantastic.
Yeah, what's crazy is like we are seeing 3-0s left and right, but I wouldn't say that they're sweeps. Like the matches look exceptionally close. The losers of those sets have had some like crazy good adjustments, and there's hope overall. So I would say that the bracket is probably going to even out later if we start to see some of those rematches. I really want to see those players really inch up close to the comeback, but it's still, despite the sweeps, it's been a very, very high octane set of sets. So kudos to all the players, kudos to Bean, kudos to SQ, kudos to everybody down in the loser side. We haven't seen King John or Zentai play quite yet, but that is going to be one interesting match, I would want to say. Zentai is ringing a bell for me. I'm just blanking on who they play, but we'll find out once we get there.
I don't quite remember who they play.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll definitely find out.
Yeah. So just waiting on Art to bring up the stream. Man, it's kind of being like, I want to see a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more variety in these matches. Hopefully, Zentai and King John will start to see some of the characters that I like to see. I want to see a Jack.
Yeah.
I want to see a Giovanna. What do you mean? Yeah, shut up.
I don't. No, I'm saying I was thinking about the diversity in the bracket. I almost said, well, there's no soul, but we did see a soul. So
Yeah.
I think that I like a lot of the different character picks that I've been seeing. However, the newer characters, and this is where I was getting, the newer characters haven't necessarily come out that much in the Strive scene so far. However, there have been some notable appearances. There was a Gold Lewis appearance on Wednesday. If you didn't watch that,
I was gonna
Bamboo
say,
Battles.
we are
that was
seeing.
wild.
Yeah, man. Gold Lewis has been making an appearance lately. We're starting to see people either start to figure that out or understand that character is kind of hard to deal with in some situations. What is it about Gold Lewis that you've been able to identify that like has shot him this far, or at least like allowed him to succeed this well in brackets?
I think a lot of it is just people don't know. Like, people assume that they see Gold Lewis and they're like, everybody said this character's trash, I don't have to worry about anything. And then they block one in this Behemoth Typhoon and they're like, oh no. So I think that's really one of the keys to allow Gold Lewis to succeed. And honestly, yeah, it's struggle for him before he gets in, but even on block in this Behemoth Typhoon is just a powerful tool. There's so many different versions of it that if you don't know, again, it's one of those knowledge checks thing. If you don't know, then you're going to get blown back. Like, if you don't know which ones are plus, if you don't know the differences between the low and the high one and all the other ones in between, you can just get decimated. And confirming on Gold Lewis, you can cash out huge in the damage department.
Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, I can understand that it is a lot of it a knowledge check. A lot of it is players just trying to. It's difficult to get lab data when you're not playing against Gold Lewis. So now with them kind of coming out of the woodwork and people now able to gather that data, we'll see how it changes. But right now, Gold Lewis, he's not necessarily shining through, but he is like kind of coming out of the woodwork, like a little bit out of nowhere. And it's a pleasure to see, very much so. It's always really, really nice to see these characters kind of come up out of nowhere, which is, leading into what I was saying earlier with this bracket. Like, it's really, really nice to see these characters or these players do exceptionally well with these characters. But I want to see characters like, you always want to see characters that are the underdogs. You always want to see Jacko coming out of nowhere. You want to see a Gold Lewis making it up out of nowhere. Not to say that it's not entertaining what we're seeing now, but I'm always rooting for the underdogs, Dan. Always.
Yeah, I think it spices up the bracket too, because you get to cheer for the character or the player that's playing that character that you don't see too often. And it's really fun having those underdogs come through the bracket, make big upsets happen, and just continue forward. Strive certainly one of those games where that can happen because as I said before, it's such a volatile matchup, or such a volatile game that you can really make one mistake and lose pretty much all your health. So I think that this game, more than some others, have the ability to have those underdogs go really, really far.
Yeah, I think that we'll see characters like, Giovanna, just 40% flash kick, most recently winning a bracket with Giovanna. We'll see characters like, Zato, who there aren't many exceptionally performing Zato players. Shouts to Macho, shouts to Ogawa. I'm not too confident. Nokami, you know what I'm saying? So those are characters that you kind of see and feel are like not underrepresented, but they just don't make it out all the time. And when we're seeing characters like, well, you know what, Ino is definitely one of those. I would say Ino does fall under that spectrum of characters. So it is a pleasure to see her succeed and make it this far in the bracket. So thank you, Diaphone. You are doing very, very well.
Yeah, Diaphone and Sonic Soul, two of the people who continue to forge a path with Eno and do really well in brackets. So we're going to hopefully see more of that Eno from Diaphone. But
yeah,
at the moment we are looking like we're getting some stream things set.
Yeah,
sorted.
I guess while we're getting the stream things set and sorted, You guys have been very, very good sports, and I'm very, very thankful for everybody being here. I'm going to run a ad for our sponsor, the American Red Cross and Red Cross Gaming. So stay tuned and stick around. We'll be right back.
This past year changed everything we know. How we work, how we celebrate, how we gather, and what is essential. But some things never change. Throughout history, in times of crisis, the American Red Cross has been a witness to the best of humanity. When there is an essential need, we show up for each other. Help us continue to do what we as humans do best. Giving blood is essential.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out.
And Razo on the Leo White frame. Razo taking out SQ pretty convincingly, and going to be moving forward into the bracket. Of course, you got to go up against the one, the only Hotashi.
Yeah. It's going to be, I wouldn't say a struggle, but it's going to be an interesting match for both of these characters, because we're seeing Razo, who exceptionally performed against SQ, with a character that is as I don't want to say I don't want to say absolute gorilla, but this character is something else. You know, Leo is some kind of character, but Hotashi doing us a favor. I mean, doing really well. Now in the corner.
Yeah, got hit up by the HS series, forced to burst here. Razo looking for a way to approach. Oh, 2H whip, that's dangerous. Wow, fell right into the loving arms of Hotashi. Another snack, two of them. Call it the Twix, if you will.
Okay, blasting through the fireball with a fireball of his own being.
Every time Hotashi comes with some ignorance, Razo answers right back with another busted gorilla. Really strong option from Leo.
Well balanced character. Are you kidding me? How did Beyblade operate as an anti-air in that situation? Are we looking at the wrong goon?
It was Nago the whole time.
Okay.
Hotashi sliding forward here, trying to pin down Razo. 2 bars of blood, so needs to be careful about using the special. It is going down at a moderate rate, though. Razo spacing things out, gets the jump in. No, 5P after the PRC.
And the way that Hotashi is managing his meter and using this, the PRC to respond to some of these situations out of a poke. There it is, just hit him with the P sequence to create some distance, but now he's back in the mix. Hotashi.
5K answer. Hotashi looking for a way to close out this round, but the burst was baited by Razo instead, and this is dead.
That is dead. Hotashi being extremely efficient with his meter, but Razo still finding the windows to open him up. Creates a mix, goes left-right, scoots his way over to the other side and keeps that corner. It's going to blast through. He has meter, and he's really, really close to burst. Hotashi playing on the back foot now, but the Beyblade counter hit gets him a lot, bringing him into the corner. And this could be the
raw 6H totem hold right there.
This is going to be a hard knockdown through the wall, sending full send. See. Okay, but
Hotashi gets this Oki, slide up into the DMs, the wake up super. What did you think?
He stopped it early to try to get some more damage output.
Side switch overhead.
It's not that.
And now you're Almost dead. Okay. Nago Ruki living that life. Blue RC forward. 2H gonna connect. All the way in the DMs. Yo, you see how fast he slid up? Yo, hold up.
Yo, did you see how fast he was in the D? He got his number, and right as he left, he texted him right at the bar. At the bar.
Didn't even. Yo.
Didn't wait the 24 hours. He's just like, yo, I am in there tonight. Okay.
Immediately.
The
drink he bought him didn't even get there in time. It was already a DM.
Nice. Already biting. It's a little early for that. Okay, nice. Coming in with a flash kick though.
There's the dive through. Oh, the side switch with the K. Hotashi hemmed up at the moment, and the blood did pop. Razo gonna have to, just hold still. Don't press a button. Mask back on, slide back. Razo looking to get in. Cold Slash gonna defend, and a finish. Wow, what a conversion.
What a conversion, man. Okay, Hotashi playing kind of out of his mind right there. There it is.
There's the pressure slide up. Okay, here we go. I really like what Hotashi's doing here, forcing Razo to play an extended offense to travel much further than maybe Razo wants to, and it's forcing or giving Hotashi options to stop the dash up. Speaking of stopping the dash up, there's the throw quick RC, nothing doing, and another flash kick from Razo.
Yeah, okay, already has him in the corner, back into the mid-screen. To bounce off what you said, oh, the throw out of it. Okay, this time's a meaty, but still able to save it with the bite, canceling into the bite, and that's going to be a massive punish on the flash kick. And there it is, Hotashi taking game 2. And to bounce off what you were saying earlier with the way that Hotashi is forcing Razo to like push him, Hotashi stood still in some of those situations to make sure that he keeps the distance that he wants, but making sure that Razo still has to come to him. And I think that kind of stoic attitude that you have in these sets was, I say that he's very stoic, but he's also going in there. No, he wants that win. The backdash to avoid the bite, but wasn't able to throw a respond of his own. And super. You were not blocking that one back turn. You're taking that entirely.
Performance review did not come out favorably when talking to the upper management, and now Razo gonna have to look to see if he can make up some bonus hours, otherwise gonna get docked. There's the overhead though. Hotashi on the back foot, but one foot is good enough to close out the round.
The door stopper. Jay says, I'm done. The executives have had enough for closing the door. And there it is. Tapping him through the wall. 6H through.
5K, just the answer for the dash up. Razo lost a lot of health just attempting to approach here. Hotashi nice and happy to keep it mixed. Fukyo forward, close slash. Now you're playing video games. Positive bonus as well. Blue RC, the fade back, nothing doing. Razo keep it clean.
Okay, tries to go for the overhead. Oh, the double side switch. Hotashi has had enough. He's had enough. There it is, the throw for the 3-0. Razo going down to the loser side. That was a complex set of rhymes you guys wouldn't understand. But there it is, okay?
Oh, well, you know what? I really enjoyed seeing Hotashi's adaptation in that matchup against Razo. And Razo being the player that they are, I'm sure they'll be able to make a run in this top 8 just from the loser side. However, it's going to be Hotashi moving forward.
Yes, it is, and it looks like we are going to decide on our next match. It's either going to be Zintai versus King John or SQ versus Bean. So it's either a Ramlethal Chip matchup or who knows? Or either of those two. That's a whole surprise right there. And we talked a little bit earlier about the characters we want to see, but I do want to talk about the way that Hotashi played that game against Razo. Like you said, there were times earlier in the set where whenever Hotashi wanted to bust out and get crazy, Razo responded in kind. They were doing the same dance. They were very much in tune with each other. But Hotashi inching it out just enough of a goon. And the way that Hotashi was able to provoke that from Razo, recognizing that yes, this is the way that you want that aggression. Yes, you want to meet me in the middle, but I won't let you. You're coming all the way. and I'm gonna hit you hard for it.
Yeah, I really do enjoy seeing the methods in which Hotashi is able to fluctuate the game plan depending on the state of the game. Obviously, all players do that, but Hotashi, going back to talking about how studious he is of the game, really does have that stoicness to be centered enough to say, okay, right here, I'm going to go wild out. I'm just going to do whatever I want, and then immediately not get caught up in the essence of that and being able to say, okay, here, I'm going to stop. Being able to do that and switch your mindset like that and have that balance can make you a very, very scary player to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when it feels like your opponent is just multiple steps ahead of you, and the way that they're able to call out all of your, you know, the way that you want to do offense, your game plans, and they're basically reading them aloud to you. It is stunning. You know, he does the Joseph Joestar where he's like, next you're going to say flash kick, and then he's like, it's flash kick.
And
I'm
you do
like,
it.
oh god,
You just flash kick. You don't even want to, but
just Hotashi just summons the decisions out of you and says,
Yep.
nice. He's a mastermind. Also, mind control. But Hotashi, that's just part of being a good player, right? Mind control. That is level 1. But we're going to move on into our next match, which is going to be Bean versus SQ. So it is going to be the Chip versus Ramlethal. Two exceptionally strong players that we did see earlier today in bracket already. Now,
yeah, I this is an interesting one because Bean has a lot of work to do to open up SQ and to be able to continue to convert. Whereas I feel like Ram's carry potential and SQ's just knowledge about the game can make it very difficult for Bean to even make one mistake, especially on Chip.
Yeah, absolutely. Your room for error is exceptionally low on a character like this, and the way that Ramlethal can adapt to situations and how versatile this character is in situations like this where it's a very, very basic mix-up, but, you know, one hit could be exceptionally devastating for you. Wow. And another punch to send him out for the kill. That was pretty, that's tragic. Low health, you know what I'm saying?
It's a really good button as well, JP. I always say, block 1, you gotta block 6, and now Bean ends up in the corner, SQ guarding up. Oh, great jump in from Bean. Cross up Alpha Blade. Another one just to make sure you're keeping with the program.
Ooh.
All over Bean.
Oh. Okay, that was a really, really strong sequence from them, but I hope this is not the end of it right now. Super to blast through. Hard knockdown. Look at the damage. All of that work. All of those mix that Chip was able to do. All completely subvert. Oh, just a little too far for the 5D overhead. And then he pulls the YRC out, and that's going to be Chip for the Chip.
All right, we're double dipping right now. Bean pushing us to the 3rd round after so much work. You hate to see someone lose a round after doing that much work.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is again. Baits that burst out, comes in with the punish. Got him in the corner in the overhead, and that's not going to be the kill, but it's damn close. Look at that. I don't even see any orange on that bar. And, oh no, please, please don't let this happen again. Okay, thank you, Bean. Securing all of his work, added the finishing touch. He signed the piece of art, and he said, you know, yeah, hit publish. Okay.
Definitely hit publish. Again, round 1 was really convincing for SQ. I still have to say the margin of error is extremely low. Just far slash, heavy slash into Daro did like 25%. Just that. So, you know, if Bean can keep this up, fantastic, but this is when it gets down to adaptation. Can SQ make the shifts to force Bean to change up the game plan? Because Bean was mad active in the air. And didn't see a lot of things like JS from Ram to stuff out those aerial approaches and just to keep themselves out of the range that Bean would like to be able to run with pressure.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like Bean is starting to get very, very comfortable when he is able to press forward, and he's starting to know how to keep Squirrel locked down, you know? But every now and then, Squirrel's going to surprise you in the way that she is able to, you know, identify a hole and get out. But Nice comes in with the command grab.
Stuck in the corner at the moment. The jump, the cross jump, JP doing plenty of work for her. Doesn't have a sword available yet. Bean biding their time, finding openings there. SQ with 50% tension, but Bean has burst.
Look at the neutral that's being played right now. Being exceptionally patient, knowing that Squirrel is trying to take huge damage back for herself.
There's the sword set. Gotta respect it. Got another one. Yo, the 5K kept Bean in the corner. The PRC don't get hit and does. Great mix there from Squirrel, from SQ. Now you got me calling her Squirrel. It's SQ.
SQ. Like, hey, what's the word on this? All right, I don't know. But okay, comes in with the command grab. The Squirrel is looking pretty shaken up right now as she is taking humongous amounts of damage. But despite being on the back foot, one more hit could be all she needs. Oh.
IRC out from Bean. Look for the air. Alpha Blade blocked up, but still gets that pressure going. Another Alpha Blade and the drill kick on the other side. Wow, that was a fast round for Bean.
Okay, but it's not over yet. Duel 3. SQ delaying the string, hoping that Bean's going to press a button. Staying patient, Bean, once again. Now we're back into the neutral, but he jumps right back in. Chip does not play that for long. Again with the command grab. SQ not willing to check.
Again. There's the mix, the command grab coming out. SQ hemmed up in the corner. Big counter hit for Bean, and that'll do it. Wow.
Bean. SQ got hit by 4 command grabs in that match alone. She is definitely shaken up. Not willing to push her way out of that or jump out. Not willing to check. It's been pretty dangerous, obviously, for her to do so, but, you know, trying to be a step ahead and being wrong can do a lot to your mental, you know. So just holding that, quote unquote, taking the throw, sometimes be your best case scenario for the mental.
I don't know about that one in Strive, but I do think that what you said about trying to play ahead and having the wrong answers and being punished for it can get into your head as a player and get things in that frustration starts to set in.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see SQ, you know, taking that time, ponder what she needs to do next, and we'll see how the adaptations are made. We were seeing a little bit more patience come out from Bean too, being prepared for the way that SQ wanted to play the offense and go for the mix-up, not trying to jump out of the sword explosions, just holding down back and biding his time. Got opened up by a 5D, and that ended up being the round for him at one point, but now we'll see how this opens up once again for him. Delayed the string a little too much, was not able to get the combo, but there it is. Got him with the 5H.
Oh yeah, there's the burst. Bean finding the right opportunity. Ram at the wall can be pretty hard to burst against, but Bean knowing when to hit that eject button. 6S going to connect, force out the burst from SQ, but again, another 6S Alpha Blade as well. SQ trying to chase Bean down, but Bean's just keeping active and staying one step ahead.
Yeah, how do you avoid this? It's just constantly left, right. Goodness. There's so much. You're going cross-eyed trying to fix this, but you know what? Bean is not taking the round quite yet. One more hit for either could do it, and that's the one for Bean now at set point.
Duel 2.
No burst available for either. Who's going to make this?
Burst should be coming back for SQ and Bean soon, but right now it's all about that round start. There's the Alpha Blade again, just crossing SQ up. The wrist breakers are out.
Okay. Dangerous. There it is. The cross up. JH. Not devastating enough, but finds the low. 2K2D just getting what needs to be done. Not enough, as there is still a lot of life on the board for both players. Dangerous amount. That That's a lot.
Look at this, holding all that success pressure. Up in the corner, but a big Mortomato into the windshield wiper, cleaning off the screen and sending us into duel 3.
I ain't holding nothing. That's what SQ said. Okay, nice. Finds that hit. To the 5K 6H conversion. That is a lot of damage.
Certainly quite a bit of damage. Bean looking to answer back. Has this wall pressure. Big counter hit. SQ deciding not to burst just yet. The jump over Blue RC backwards in the S. I love it. Burst safe combo here. Bean not getting put through the wall. SQ keeping that corner pressure instead. Looking to close things out with the next hit and the confirm. And there it is. No, not quite.
White, but Chase is right behind the gun, and now we're back into the neutral. Oh, the 6P, the lowest of profiles, catches the J2K, and SQ puts a round or point on the board for herself, staying alive in this top 8 losers set.
You love to see that adaptation, and finally the 6P gets broken out and gets a huge conversion for SQ as well. Game 4 is going to be something kind of different. I really liked what I saw from SQ in that Game 3 scenario, but Bean still hasn't slowed down.
No, by no means. Bean has only identified a lot more, playing pristine defense. There was one sequence where SQ was doing the Rekkas, and it might have been just a spacing thing, but the way that Bean was able to backdash must have really shooken up SQ in the way that she wants to play offense. But still, despite that, took the match for herself. There's the burst to block him down in the corner. There it is, the throw. Right, the one time he wanted to jump out, he gets big punish for it, and there it is.
All right, here comes SQ moving forward, has plenty of life on her side as far as advantage, but Bean, again, just not slowing down, not deterred whatsoever. Great block on the air Alpha Blade, but SQ didn't get much off of it, and now it's Bean moving forward. The drill kick connects again, and Bean has been getting big dividends off of that all match long.
Okay, oh, Ram Slam into the PRC. Oh no, the counter hit with the Alpha Blade, and that is once again going to be set point for Bean, but that didn't discourage SQ from taking it back last time. This
command grab here at the wall again is SQ. Bean tried to go for the side switch, but SQ with a 5P, keep herself clean. Another escape from Bean. SQ has not locked him down in a long time outside of that one bayonet explosion. Here's another one though, burst safe combo, full extension, and there's the burst though at the end from Bean.
Yeah, I tried to go for the burst safe stuff, but ended up being just a tad too close. But there is a burst advantage here for her now. Is she going to be able to find that opportunity? No! And that does it for Bean, taking it 3-1 with a burst meter on deck 2. And it's a very, very tricky situation because you never know where Chip is going to end up, and you never know if your burst is going to actually save you in those instances. SQ tried to hold it on for a situation in which she knew that she could burst out of it, and it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel comfortable, and Bean was able to take advantage of that and lock it out with the 3-1. Congrats to both of those players. Congrats to SQ for playing your heart out throughout this bracket. Went out, made top 8. Well done for you. You still walk away with something. Bean moving on into the losers quarterfinal.
Yeah, Bean keep playing like that. Gonna end up getting that run back potentially against Hotachi, depending on how far Hotachi goes. Not trying to get too far ahead of ourselves, but that was incredible stuff from Bean.
It was. Yeah, it was more or less like just this extremely well-balanced play with offense and defense, but man, when he was on offense, you could definitely see how SQ was exceptionally shaken up. Not a lot of resources spent defensively. You didn't, FD against Chip is not going to get you very, very much because it's only going to put him in much more advantageous situations because it makes those cross-up situations a lot more ambiguous when you do block them. But using YRC does kind of in the right spots does tend to shut him out a lot, and with the way that he would do the upward Alpha Blade into the J2K, there were some situations where SQ was very, very ready for it, but again, it's this constant guessing game that you're playing with that, and like it's a low damage mix-up every time, but it's just constant reapplication of a seemingly 12-way mix-up, and of course it's going to become frustrating. Of course it's going to falter, and in that last match, you could see SQ kind of just, you know, lose that steam and really be shaken up by the non-stop pressure, and it's high stress. It's high stress.
It does load the mental stack up pretty quickly, and as you said, sometimes FDing that pressure doesn't necessarily help, especially when Bean is able to slip in things like success so well to just extend the threat range that you thought you were safe from because you pushed Chip out. Yeah, it can be very difficult to start to continuously block all of those mix-ups, because even if you do it once successfully, right, you think you're safe. If you get hit by a straight hit, get knocked down, then you got to do it all over again, and it can be tiresome. But it's also kudos to Bean for being able to execute that style of play consistently, because that takes a lot of energy.
It does. It takes a lot of energy to, you know, want to like escape those situations if you feel the ability to. And I can understand, like, you know, like you said, you're not entirely sure about the argument of just taking the throw in that mix-up situation, but the mental stack by then is overloaded, and sometimes just taking that throw will put you back in a situation where it's just like, okay, this is a defensive situation where I know I can work my way out of. You know, I understand where I'm coming from. I'm waking up. It is a reapplication of a mix, but I'm much more familiar with this, as opposed to taking that risk, trying to jump out and getting hit with something, and then it is much more devastating than what could potentially happen, because Chip is, you know, Chip gets that command grab, and then he just ends up right in front of you. But the alternative is you try to jump out, you get caught with the, you know, counter hit, or you get caught with the air beta blade, and then he gets a massive conversion, potentially into a wall break or something like that. It can be very dangerous. It can be very you know, high risk, and that is one of the few instances. Like, obviously, you know, sometimes it can sound like a meme when you say like, haha, take the throw, but there are situations in which, you know, it is the lower risk option, or it is the option in which your mental stack or your ability for defense, like, is just much more comfortable in that situation, right? Does that make sense?
No, that makes absolute sense. And, you know, it goes to show you how deep these things can go on the mental level, right? Mm-hmm. And on the fine-tunement and on the adjustment levels, and how you really have to be thinking about all these things at once, and also not thinking about them at all, in order to think about, in order to feel free enough to be able to perform and run your game plan. And I think that's one of the things we see from players who play the high mix-up characters, who play the high APM characters, is that their goal is to not just pressure you and pressure the character, but pressure your mind.
Yes.
And I really do enjoy seeing that performed at a high level. I hate playing against it, but it is enjoyable to see, because it's so powerful. But speaking of power, King John, a soul player, one of the strong soul players in North America, going to be going up against Zentai on the Axel. And it makes sense, because I believe Zentai plays Shang Tsung in MK11. So Axel is certainly that type of character that fits the profile.
That's where I know the name Zentai. From Mortal Kombat. Who would have thought? Okay. Alright, so we're having a Soul here versus Axel. If you do watch, you know, a little bit of self-plugging here. If you do watch the streams, the local streams here of FGC meetups here in Chicago, you will see a ton of this matchup between DPS and the many Chicago souls. Everybody in Chicago has a pocket soul, right? But King John,
it's true.
King John showing a very strong case of why this character is absolutely still at the top of the list. Look at that clean hit, heavy DP, 5H through. That was not off of a counter hit, ladies and gentlemen. That was just, you know, raw damage. Nice backdash from the Mantis. Oh my god. King John, the king. Definitely living up to the title here.
You do not know who King John is, you are in for a treat. They are one of the most stubborn is a word I would use, souls that you will see, and that's saying something considering, you know, the natural play style of Soul. But King John will not relent. He will vary his offense quite a bit, just in case you think you got the read on him, but it's going to be very, very offensive from round start. And if you want to play that way, what better character than Soul?
Yeah, absolutely. And Axel has a decent amount of keep out tools. He can very, very much struggle when you do get on top of him. But playing that mid to long range, as long as Zintai is able to keep King John in those ranges. Sorry, I got to put respect on the title. Able to keep King John in those ranges, it can be exceptionally difficult for him. But Soul, many tools to get in, many tools to whip punish, many tools to play those ranges himself. And it's just going to consistently be a challenge for Zintai, but let's see how it goes. The 5k anti-air in this, another clean hit, heavy BP. But there it is, the lockdown against with Gunflame. Zintai making the attempt to jump out, still sitting in a life lead, working off of what he was able to accomplish earlier, but man, it's looking rough. Look at that risk, Dan. Look at that risk!
Yo, Jason Statham edition on the risk, but Zintai able to fight somewhat out of the corner, stuck back in by the aggressive burst from King John and had to burst on their own. King John somehow at the life deficit despite keeping Zintai in the corner. But speaking of life deficit, all things are equal now, except for that tension gauge. There's the quick RC. Nice blocks from Zintai to not get hit by the low.
What a risk from Zintai to run up throw? Run up throw after the amount of buttons that King John was putting out? You are nutty. And that's exactly what you need to succeed in a game like Guilty Gear Strive, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? All I can say is that was a very bold option there. We've seen Axels do it from time to time, but every time I see it, I'm just like, wow, didn't expect that one coming.
No, Dan. It was guts.
I see what you did there. Zintai going with the spin option after the sickle flash and another throw. Red RC to pop him back up. King John has burst and holding on to it. I don't know if they're trying to, you know, convince themselves that they're going to win this round, but maybe they will. 100% tension. Back there blocked up, but went for the wild throw. RC, no burst from King John. Held on to it for the next game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a match. It is actually 1-1 in this set. Zintai staying alive, definitely locking him out. And that was exactly the points that I was making before that match was able to begin, keeping him out and playing that mid-range as much as possible, just stuffing the buttons and stuffing all the approach tools that King John was able to do. You really... The ways that King John was able to get in were high risk options. You're not seeing a lot of Bandit Bringer come out from King John though, and I think that that's one thing that he could probably potentially reincorporate is using that Bandit Bringer spacing trap at the end of it, being on block, because Axel's buttons are generally very, very slow. So to try to retaliate and keep that, or take your turn back and steal back some momentum could be exceptionally dangerous for Zintai. So if King John can start to mix up the ways that he could want to approach, he might be able to keep himself alive in this set.
Yeah, I really like that breakdown of the matchup between these two so far. And again, watching King John play from bracket to bracket, I know that they are going to be relentless no matter what. Even if they seems like they're being pushed back with their options, they'll just change it up. And there it is, the backstep. King John uses that so much when pressuring their opponents on Oki. PRC and another wait just to see what's going on. Zintai stuck in the corner again.
Yeah, and King John was able to get him here off of an exceptional read from Zintai trying to go up with the run-up throw, and him immediately, like you said, with that step back. The familiarity with that situation and already understanding what Zintai wants to accomplish, but he is at one touch, one kiss from death here, tries to go in for the Bandit Bringer, but it ends up whiffing, and Zintai with the jump back, taking it out.
Yep. That's another option King John likes to use, is laying down the tombstone, and I'm not talking about pizza. There's a conversion from King John, a throw as well. Zintai in a lot of trouble, close slash, and that's it, gonna blast.
Perfect. Knows how to cook on his own. And there is King John. Yeah, with 6H as a round start option is very fast. It's a very, very viable round start option. Covers a lot of distance, and Zintai definitely wasn't prepared for it, but now starting to see Zintai be ready for other things here, keeping him at that distance. There it is, the Ren Sen to lock him out. 5P. It's putting more obstacles out on screen, but there it is. King John found the way in.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Zentai. Does get the JH, but nothing else off of it. 5K, really good answer against that neutral jump that Zentai likes to use. Look at the defense, though, from Zentai, and finds a way to jab out of the situation. Force the burst from King John. King John definitely needs this game.
Yeah, smart burst point from King John to do it during the actual bomber where he's extremely vulnerable. And there it is. The revolver is going to connect, and this might be death, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. King John tying it up, or rather bringing himself up 2-1 after a tied up set. Ooh, man, that is really nice adjustments from King John, and we can hopefully see the readjustment from Zentai to keep this thing as a back and forth set. It's very, very high octane, very exciting so far. Zentai, hard to say what went wrong in that. He did the right thing with trying to zone him out with the Rensen, but you know, over reliance on that will, you know, set you up for failures. King John's able to just like inch his way in, and that's exactly what had happened, you know?
Yeah, I mean, King John certainly wanted to be able to make those adaptations, and Zentai had the right answers, but those answers are starting to become the wrong options the more that this set goes on. So looking to see how Zentai approaches this game forward, and if he can find some other options with Axel to escape the pressure that King John is laying on.
Yeah, we saw an attempt for him to try to like make that super after that, after one conversion here, and you know, he hasn't been able to do a lot with it yet. He hasn't been able to, you know, offensively spend his meter, but running under the 5P, that is something that, well, most characters can actually do, not just Soul. But Soul already having him in the corner. Zentai on defense, lockdown, has no burst available for him now.
Look at this pressure here from King John, hammering away at the defense. Finally gets the throw, went for the wild throw, but has the PRC to keep himself clean. Another 5K answer, and again, we're starting to see King John stick that button out because it is only 3 frames, incredibly fast, and Soul can convert off of it big time.
Big time, yeah. So now we're seeing Zentai start to rely on the distance thing, but again, the 5K once again, man's best friend, far slash. Oh, the counter hit, double far slash in there. The dust, what a conversion. I've been hit by that a good amount of times. I think how much that hurts. Look at Zentai's big red bar there, but he has burst. It's definitely going to save him, be the make or break situation here.
If you choose the right time to do it, definitely wasn't there. 5K conversion, RC, King John looking for the burst, ended up getting it, but the Bandit Bringer from downtown to get themselves back in, and yo,
you know,
a DP.
You know,
the cooker
was so the cooker. You know, it busted out. Not even the air fryer, just deep fried in there for the SDP, and man, it was exactly the situation that you were going to, that I had anticipated earlier on, where King John utilizing that Bandit Bringer to bring himself in was going to be very, very scary for Zentai, and scary enough for him to know that he did not want to use a button to take his turn back. So he decides to YRC, but man, he was more than ready for that. He was, well, I'm not gonna say he was ready for that. He was being a Soul player. Let's be honest. He DP'd on the turn. It's the Soul thing to do, and I'm sick of it. Soul players want one thing and one thing only. It's to make the opponent feel bad. And King John moves on. Zentai out of the bracket now.
Look,
I can't do it.
Zentai just well, I mean, had, like I said, the options that were correct started to become wrong very quickly, and that is the specialty of King John. I've seen King John do it time and time again, and no disrespect to Zentai because he played extremely well, but it's just about varying up those options, and then once King John gets comfortable, you start to see stuff like the DP on your wake up.
Yeah, obviously give respect where respect is due. You know, props to King John for being able to outperform in the later parts of that round, or rather in that set. Being in the opponent's head, recognizing those situations that your opponent wants to take back. It's just a lot of different abuse of the mental stack, or recognizing how you need to prioritize your offensive defense. And a Soul player being, you know, fully utilizing the tools that you have to steal a turn away from your opponent. Look, this just goes back to the conversation that I had on twitter.com. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to follow me on Twitter because I have been on a tirade about turns and how they are not real in fighting games. They are a social construct. Turns do not exist because of characters like this, because of what you're about to see with King John and Razo. There are no turns. Okay, Soul versus Leo. What is that? That's not a thing.
That's a jungle fight. That's just two gorillas just swinging at each other. There's no turns. It's just people expressing themselves freely in a very violent manner.
Yes, yeah, exceptionally violent. But you know what? That's the way of the beast, okay? When mankind knew they cannot... I'm not going to do the whole thing. But anyway...
What's the script? Yeah, exactly. Yep. He's saying blame the beast, everybody.
I'm just saying, just blame them. Blame Soul and Leo, all right? That's all I'm saying. That's what we're talking about when we blame the beast. But anyway, before we get to that, we're going to move on to the other side of the losers match. Or of the loser side of the bracket, which is going to be Bean versus Omni Scythe. So it's the chip that you guys know and love already from this. He's got the fiery passion of online play, taking it over to Omni Scythe's Ram Lethal. But before we get to that, I want to once again thank you everybody for being in the chat, for watching this on the YouTube stream, for supporting us here at Low Kick Esports, supporting GFUEL Overdrive 2, hosted by Matcherino, and sponsored by the American Red Cross for all the hard work that they do and for all the relief funds that they in. You guys can remember everything that you guys dunk into the Matcherino today, a portion of that goes to the American Red Cross. So thank you guys for your support today. We're going to get into the next match, which is going to be Bean versus Omni-Man.
Can't wait to see what's going to happen here. Bean already going up against SQ's Ram Lethal, has to go up against Omni Scythe now. Obviously, different players, different styles of Ram Lethal, but Bean, familiar in this matchup, I would say might have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, when it comes to being able to handle these opposite situations, obviously it's going to be very different. You might not see Omni Scythe be willing to take some command grabs despite taking that one, but it might not have been on purpose. You might see the way that they steal their turn back and start to... Okay, hold on. Okay, so being a little too familiar with the matchup, it seems, as we saw a very clean round from them. Counter hit start already, and Bean just still everywhere. Okay, look, you know what? It may be the same players, or I'm sorry, the same character. It's very different players. What's up? Bean is that's a beast. It's the nature of the beast, man. He just runs all the way to the corner. The wall break is there again. Burst is coming back for Omni Scythe. Let's see how they're able to use it.
We're really about to find out if Omni Scythe can use that burst, because Bean has the clock ticking down. There's the burst from Omni Scythe, and now they got a lot of work to do. The random super on the other side. Windshield Wiper missed the PRC to keep themselves clean. Omni Scythe does have the ability to try some pressure, but the drill kick. Omni Scythe needs to get out of that corner.
Random super Dan. You wouldn't understand.
I certainly don't, but what I do understand is Bean is up 1-0, looking super comfortable.
A little too comfortable, if you ask me. That was quite the clean match. Omni-Man gonna have to show up and teach this boy a lesson.
Oh, we'll find out if the planetary savior is actually the planetary villain.
What a twist. Wouldn't that be crazy? Okay, here we go. Game 2. Ooh, nice. I like what I'm seeing already. Playing a little bit more of an air game, locking him out, and there it is. The strike throw coming in, keeping that lead, keeping that corner. No delays. Just locking him down. Tries to go up to meet him with the air-to-air, but was not prepared.
Certainly was not. Bean with the escape plan. Alpha Blade, PRC to throw it in reverse, ended up on the wrong side. And now Omni Scythe with the life lead as well. The backdash 6S blocked up. Oh, Omni Scythe almost getting blown back there, but able to keep themselves nice and safe until they use the windshield wiper block on the Mortabato and the punish for Bean. This could be the end for Omni Scythe in this round, and it is.
It is, and you know, Bean was just like so many levels ahead. The way that Bean is able to escape the corner is very, very difficult for Omniscythe and Ramwithal to deal with how much, you know, height he's able to obtain to get out of that gun mix, but also with the way that he's, you know, Omniscythe was taking a lot of different risks that Bean was just ready for, with blocking the 2 and 4H, the Ram Slam, with blocking Mortal Bato in the middle of the block string. It seems that Bean has just got a bead on how Omniscythe wants to defend himself, and here we are, once he's on defense, it's just non-stop patience and good performance, and there it is, that command grab is going to kill, and Bean up 2-0.
Bean working super duper fast in this match.
Yeah. Almost worryingly so, because Omniscythe was having some exceptionally good matches earlier today, and to be, I mean, it's just, it goes to show we get to see both sides of these players in this bracket, right? We saw Bean earlier today against Totashi, and it was kind of, you know, kind of one-sided looking over there. But Omniscythe, we did see earlier today playing against Perfect Legend, and it was pretty intense the way that match went, right? But now we're starting to see, you know, Bean really turn up the heat. We're starting to see Omniscythe, you know, start to fall on the beat a little bit, and or fall flat a little bit. And now,
yeah, Omniscythe really needs a good start here in this game. Not just because they're down 0-2, but because Bean has been shown to be a momentum-based player. Great punish on the Beta Blade, and that's going to close it out. Omniscythe getting around, coming back strong.
Okay, hopefully this is the beginning of some really positive momentum for Omniscythe. Tries to catch J214S.
Okay, this pressure. I like the switch up here. Omniscythe has gone with the meaty close slashes several times, but delayed it just enough to allow for Beta Blade to be baited. Oh, we're back.
Okay, speaking of baited,
Omniscythe picking up where they left off. Shooters on deck.
Oh, baited again. Oh, no. Well, we can only assume. Yeah, okay, I was going to say, we can only assume that's probably a dead chip, okay? That was a very low health situation for him. Calvados was coming in, probably against the wall, too. Like, come on. It was what it was. But, okay, good stuff. Omniscythe may have been a little bit off screen, but made the comeback, okay? Hopefully this momentum carries over into the next one, and we can see a very close match between these two.
Yeah, that was a little scary, but we got to see the ending. So we're able to continue to view this match.
Oh, this is exciting.
Okay, we're back in there. Yep. We're back in there. We never know what's gonna happen.
It's like those, you know, it's like those Hollywood movies with the big kaiju fights where it's really smoky and it's dark and it's at night, but you can see the important bits, right? You can see them shooting the beams at each other. You can see them throwing the punches, but you don't see much else. You don't see anything. It's like watching Venom. All right, they're just fighting in smoke. What the hell, man?
Oh my goodness.
Spend the budget on some lighting, man.
Not like this, please.
Venom 2 better be good, man. It better not do that. I swear to God. Turn the lights on.
Oh. Well, speaking of lights on, Omniscythe keeping their lights on this side of the bracket. This is loser side especially, so got to win in order to continue forward. We're back in the lobby and gonna see what it do. I see Omniscythe sitting there, finally getting up to the cab. I think Bean is the only one left to ready up. Not sure. Bean might be, taking some time to gather themselves.
Yeah, definitely taking some time. Wants to put Omni-Man on ice, and I don't know. It's one strat, or maybe they were told. Hold on, actually, I can check. I can look at the Discord because Arturo definitely was having some capture issues there. So maybe Arturo did issue a pause on both of those players. Who knows? But in the meantime, in between time, you guys are fantastic. for joining us here for GFUEL Overdrive 2 charity tournament hosted by Match Arena, sponsored by the American Red Cross Relief Funds. It's been a very exciting bracket so far, and we still have these matches to go. This set we still have yet to finish. Arturo still working out some hardware issues, but I think that Omni Scythe made some proper adjustments in the form of like turning up a lot of different forms of, like turning up the offense by a lot, spending that meter offensively, locking him down in the ways that Bean wanted to escape. From what we did see in that last match, there was a lot of stray hits from Bean that were just getting caught, that Omni Scythe was prepared for. So hopefully we'll see more of that. What are you trying to see between these two as it comes in?
Yeah, I really want to see more of the pressure that Omni Scythe was showing with the midi close slash, baiting out certain reversal options from Bean, because it was very staggered and very measured. Almost seemed like a completely different Omni Scythe, and Bean just wasn't able to be as active. So, and on Bean's side, I mean, just a return to form to what we saw in the first two games.
There it is again. Yes, exactly like you said. It is definitely a return to form, and the way that Omni Scythe is able to just be ready for the way that Bean. Omni Scythe is ready for the way that Bean wants to approach. But there it is, Beta Blade.
Oh,
but okay.
It is definitely a Beta Blade, but it's all Omni at the moment. Moving forward, there's the RC with the purple style, the 5K to keep it going. Windshield wiper through the screen, and only a bit of health left. A sliver for Chip.
What a conversion from that. Very nice far slash to catch him running up again. Omni Scythe just putting himself in the right position that Bean would want to take a hit in, but now Omni Scythe very much controlling this mid screen. The dust, no burst on deck. This is going to be massive damage coming down. Look at that red. Ate all of that, and there it is again with the JH, just trying to put out the stop signs for him. Okay.
The Gamma Blade comes through, and an escape from Omni Scythe has plenty of health available. Bean needs to be careful here. JS counter hit the PRC backwards in the block on the burst. Wow.
What was that, Dan? What was that? There were just so many different things that he was prepared for in that instance. I don't understand what we just saw. Omni Scythe is playing out of his mind. Cerebral, almost otherworldly.
Yo, Omni Scythe letting everyone know. Look at how much Chip has to do for a fraction of my power. We're going into game 5. Omni Scythe looking like they are ready to play some Guilty Gear Strive for sure. And Bean, all of a sudden, might be staring down elimination.
Let's hope not for, let's hope that it's at least very close match. No matter who wins.
Oh, the conversion off of the JD. Bean forced the burst here. Omni Scythe sizing things up, but Bean gets a big jump in and the knockdown. Omni Scythe still trying to play the range game, but Bean needs to talk to you right now, up close and personal.
Okay, the burst wasn't quite punished, but oh man, is he just locking him down as much as possible. Again, ready with the jump out. Omni Scythe just a step ahead, the 6H to send him through, and he is now at set point. Can Omni Scythe take it back in this round? We'll see.
We're about to find out. The JH hit on the other side, but that also messed up. Omni Scythe wasn't able to get the 214S in the skies.
Bean kind of losing steam there. The mix-ups that were applied there were not as clean as we saw earlier, not just in the sets with SQ, but earlier on in the sets with Omni Scythe. But
yeah, looks like Bean might be running out a little bit running out of steam here. Purple RC to keep the windshield wiper safe. The close slash catching the drill. The big jump in with the K from Omni Scythe, and Bean now on last legs, hemmed up in the corner.
Oh, was ready for the jump out. Couldn't quite catch him, but just caught him on the landing there with the 6P low profile, and there it is. He jumps out there. Oh, it's really close.
Pressure.
Dad. Pressure.
The barrier and the K is going to close it out. Omni Scythe, looking like they were going to get eliminated, decided to, just no. How about that? Just no. Not gonna.
I should probably not get eliminated.
Yeah, that's bad.
That would probably
I've heard
be.
that's bad.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, this is bracket? Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Well, look, shout outs to Bean for incredible play. Really did make a really big statement coming out with the chip and doing a lot of work. But unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their run, and it's going to be Omniscythe moving forward.
Yeah. Great stuff to Omniscythe. Exceptional performance. Great stuff from Bean, going on a very hot streak there. After that loss from Hotashi, it was nothing but upward steam from them, upward momentum, and just humongously outrageous play. But probably, as we said, may have lost steam a little bit in the end there, and just wasn't able to be as unpredictable and tricky as he was in previous sets, but still played his heart out, went out 7th place, still walking away with something, and we've still got a lot of the bracket left ahead for us, so it looks like we're going to view this match from up next we're going to have King John and Razo, the jungle set here.
Yeah, this is gonna be look,
The
if
beast.
you are expecting a nice and calculated Guilty Gear Strive match, this ain't gonna be that.
Yes.
This is gonna be just aggression.
If you were expecting language, okay, words to be spoken and not just grunts and beatings of the chest, I'm sorry to tell you, you may be disappointed. Soul Bad Guy versus Leo White Fang. Don't let their last names fool you. They are just they didn't earn them. Okay, they don't deserve that last.
They
names.
have no last
They
names.
have no last names. Okay.
These are the beasts you need to be blaming.
Yes, yeah, these two specifically are the beasts that you need to be blaming. So, as we move on into that match, we're going to probably take a quick ad break as we get that next match prepared. So, sit tight for us here. We're going to be right back. Enjoy this American Red Cross. Yeah. See you in a second.
See you in a few.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out what the client's needs are, and to see what you can do, and then to see what other members of the team can do.
The duty officer is the first point of contact.
This is Daniel with the Red Cross.
We gather the information for the client, and we then send it to the responders, and the responders then go to help out the client in the start of their recovery.
We receive a call 24/7 and quickly go to the scene of the incident and help the client find them safe lodging for the night, as well as provide them with some resources and get them going towards their own recovery.
You need to have compassion because we are the first people to talk to these clients from the Red Cross. And a lot of times we set the tone for how their whole experience is going to be.
A debt responder needs to have empathy. They need to be able to emotionally connect to a client.
I wanted to do something that had meaning and had purpose. Every time I go home after a fire, I know I've made a difference in someone's life.
The rewarding part is just to see that you're actually helping somebody and they appreciate it. That means a lot to me. That's my reward.
It gives me a sense of satisfaction knowing that I'm able to help people in their worst time of need and be able to help them get started on their road to recovery.
There are
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to cut the ad short, but we are going right back into another match. We've got King John versus Razo. Or not. You know, sometimes
Look,
online tournaments, right?
You make the best of what you got.
Yes.
And you know, we there might be some technical difficulties. We will certainly get it sorted here. Someone got sent to the Shadow Realm. They didn't finish the Yu-Gi-Oh duel that they were in before getting set.
No.
Or King John's just fighting a phantom. Could be either scenario.
Ooh. Okay.
As we see the health bar depleting against King John.
Oh, he's
but
getting
no one's there.
By a ghost. He's just beating himself, dude.
The newest addition to the roster for Guilty Gear Strive has not been announced yet, so we cannot see it. And King John going to see themselves going down 0-1 against a phantom.
It's fighting in the 4th dimension. Okay, King John done hyping himself up in the mirror. Feeling a little defeated about it. But hopefully we can teleport Razo into the set. Hopefully we can you know, adjust the put the right goggles on so he can see him. Put the heat-seeking goggles on. Yeah, we can talk a little bit about what we can expect in this matchup of Soul versus Leo, which is okay. We know we're gonna look.
All right. There are going to be some buttons that are going to be pressed that may or may not be offensive to people, so you're going to have to forgive them for that.
Yes.
I think that the way that King John plays and the amount of Razo likes to throw out, Razo might be getting punished quite a bit until they dial back the propensity to flash kick on wake up.
You know, here's the thing. All right. One of two things could happen in this upcoming set. Now, one of them is extremely more likely than the other, but we could see activities that may get this video demonetized on YouTube. Or we could see things dialed back so hard they're actually playing footsies.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
But,
I don't think that's.
But consider why. Okay, consider why. The amount of they both recognize each other's strengths. You know.
I'm listening. I'm listening. What? I'm not convinced yet.
They're you know, the mid-range fights are very poke oriented, perhaps even whiff punish focused due to the amount of buttons to be thrown out. You know, anything can happen.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not convinced whatsoever.
This is the Wild West, okay?
I think that bird that we're seeing on the loading screen is going to be more human than the just absolute savagery that we're about to view between these two players, and that's just the way it's going to be.
Yep. Okay. Well, I'm glad we switched to YouTube. Twitch would have shot this immediately. Here we go. King John versus Razo, and we already saw the flash kick. I don't know what's happening. Rollback is catching us up, and it is getting violent. Oh, the OTG super is going to send him right through. Bam. Okay, King John definitely on the back foot. Already spent a burst very early in the round, too.
Yeah, Razo looking mighty clean. There's the quick RC. No full continuation after the dash up. And it's going to be King John getting a chance.
Oh my.
Not for long, though.
The dash up throw after being on the back foot from King John's conversion was super brave from Razo.
Wow. Round start 6P, denying the far slash, knowing that, yo, nobody's home. I said nobody's home. Open the door with the shotgun barrel only.
Look. Oh, tried to flash kick out of the gun flame.
Yo!
Oh. He's not dead.
He's not dead. He's got 50% tension. He better make it count.
He had
slash
meter.
Gonna connect.
He had meter. He could have converted. He could have extended it and at least brought him to the wall, possibly to a wall break situation, build some tension for himself. But you know,
might have been looking for burst. Might have been looking for burst.
I agree with that, actually. That's a very, very solid point. Might have been looking for burst, and then he just would have spent that RC for nothing. But then again, BRC would have only brought out the burst, and that he could have baited. If he just dialed it back for 1 second, King John could just have some humility for just a moment.
Look,
I'm not gonna.
You're the king. You're used to having it your way. Right now, it's Razo coming out to play. We'll see what happens in this game 2 situation. Oh my goodness! There's the flash kick bait. As we sped through it, the game didn't want you to see. Nothing to see here. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
Okay. I mean, it went in with the 6H hard knockdown, so it's like it was just round start again. Okay, nice. On with the far slash, the burst comes out, and that you can take that as a dub too. You know, sometimes that is good enough reward for you. Backdashes into the corner to try to escape that Razo pressure. There it is, mash out. This could be devastating.
Oh my goodness, had to burst there, otherwise we were certainly dead. Razo with 50% tension. Yep.
Ooh, you smelled it coming, Dad. Like you knew it was gonna happen. Oh no.
Listen, when the gorillas are out here sweating, their scent in the air, I know what's about to happen.
Oh, when the gorillas are flying, you know, man. Okay, he's coming down with the dive kick. Nice whiff punish from King John.
Oh, didn't get the factor after, yeah, the gunflame goes for another one. Why not? King John hammering away. Here comes Razo, gets the back turn as well.
I like the dance that's being made whenever they're kind of like taking turns on offense. Like they're both just King John was like dancing in and out of Razo's attempts at retrieving this turn, but it's just both so fast. Whiffs the throw into the PRC, and this could be bad.
All of the blows drops combo not completed. The air to air gonna go in Razo's favor, and wow, King John
died
going
with
down
burst.
0-2.
Died with burst, and I mean we saw it earlier in the situation with SQ, where spending that SQ versus Bean, where spending that burst can sometimes feel really dangerous to do so, and in that you just feel like it's going to get baited and then it's going to get punished in the first place. But in that instance where you're going to die, you gotta throw it out. You gotta throw it out, right? Like maybe in the off chance, oh, maybe Razo will try to bait my burst and then he'll back off, give me some breathing room, and then I'll have a better opportunity to burst later. But what we saw was just hold on to it, just accept your fate, you know, accept death and look it in the eyes and say, you know, Razo,
sometimes
I
you
respect
gotta play. Yeah, I mean, look, Razo has been playing strong all bracket long, and this is no exception. No exception at all.
Yeah. Yep, they're cut from the same silverback, so it's kind of more or less a respectable decision to make. But it's rough. It's rough knowing that like you feel as though you're making all of these good reads, like the way that he's trying to maneuver around Razo's buttons, and it only just ends up being a wrong call. We talked a little bit about this earlier, where like your mental stack just gets so high where you're trying to make, you know, decisions, and when they're wrong, it just damages it even further. So hopefully King John takes this break to like recollect and recoup and not let this affect him in the third match, and then ends up going out 3-0.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. We're going to find out exactly how King John approaches this. I've seen King John come back before from 0-2 scenario, so not counting him out whatsoever, but I don't want to discredit all that work that you mentioned that Razo has been putting in, because it is, I mean, well, it's got him to 2-0, so Razo is in a somewhat comfortable position to know that, hey, my game plan is working really well. Yeah, I'm getting blown up here and there for some things, but I'm able to lock in, and I only need 2 rounds to move forward.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Razo. Oh man, we've seen Razo. Like, it's effective, right? To be able to just disrespect the turn in that way. Turn. Imagine in a matchup like this, what a concept. But to, you know, utilize the flash kick to just get out of those defensive situations, like just immediately as a call out, it's what makes King John feel like he has to dance in and out. You know, he's constantly trying to respect that flash kick, or constantly trying to, you know, get that punish and secure or establish a lead as much as possible. But you know, Rosso switched it up from earlier on in the set, and then later on in that game too, well, or at least in the final round of that game too, we started to see him just sit tight and just let King John hang himself out to dry and make a lot of unnecessary movement, and then act accordingly. So Razzo definitely putting in a lot of work for him there.
Yeah, I like what you said there too about the flash kick of like King John being a type of player that uses the backdash on wake up against their opponents really well, but Razzo has established that, hey, I'm going to flash kick no matter what. And so now King John is always thinking about it, whether or not Razzo does it. And that's allowing Razzo to get out of some pressure situations that normally they would have to block. Like if we go back and think about it, we haven't seen a lot of meaty close slashes coming out from King John, right? Or even far slashes coming out from King John. So it's definitely playing its element in this matchup between these two players. And I know we joke and say, oh, it's the gorilla, you know, no thinkums,
yeah,
you know, all stinkums and stuff like that. But
that it honestly
it really does have a factor.
It's what's opening that up. It's what's opening, like, because they're both, it's like haha gorillums stinkum, but they're both like in each other's head in how they want to play offense, right? They're both kind of predicting the same thing to come out from each other. So if you are going to see a far slash, you made a very good point where you're not seeing a lot of meaty far slash. You're not seeing a lot of it being utilized in that way, because he'll use far slash and then immediately just back out, because he's expecting that that's going to be the response. But I think that instead of using far slash in a way that, you know, it's going to, like, you want to like backdash away from it or backdash yourself out of that situation, you use far slash at a range where it would be even more dangerous for Razzo to flash kick out of in the first place. You know, just trying to play at those ranges that Razzo would be uncomfortable at, because we weren't even seeing a lot of success come out from King John. I think that King John just wasn't willing to play those mid-range things as well as he was when he was playing against Zintai. When King John was playing against Zintai, there was a lot of mid-range options and a lot of mid-range initiation that he was trying to do that he was not willing to do against Razzo, and possibly just because of how he knows Razzo is able to like swing back with the far slash or swing back with mid-range options of his own, but at least to make that attempt in those and operate within those spaces, something that you can try to cycle with.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and I'm seeing Diaphone at the console, so I'm not quite sure if this means that Razzo's moving on or we just didn't get to see the end of the set. I'm not sure.
It looks like because Arturo wasn't able to connect with one of the players, he wasn't able to spectate and continue spectating for it. So he just had them play off stream, and the results of that looks like it was Razzo 3-0, unfortunately. So King John out of the bracket at 5th place. And it's an unfortunate circumstance, of course, but you know, as much theory crafting as we could put together, it's a very good case study for the way that two exceptionally high offense players want to play against characters want to play against each other. It's not as, you know, haha brainless, haha gorilla as you may seem. There's a lot of like respect that goes into your opponent in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Diaphone's back up at it, and we're going to see more of that Eno coming to play. Wow. I mean, you know, it's one of those things I just certainly didn't expect the bracket to shake out like this. But again, that's why you got to play the game, right? And there can be upsets and there can be changes and shifts depending on who's feeling a certain way any particular moment. And I really am enjoying what we're seeing. I can't tell you how much I love seeing so many different Guilty Gear Strive tournaments out there in the wild, and you get to see all different types of players and all over the globe as well. So you know, big ups to everyone who's been playing the game and supporting it and just pushing forward. And I know there's been a lot of discourse about the game and if it's trash and if it's not, but honestly, if you enjoy it, just play it. You know, just play it for yourself and keep enjoying it, because you don't want to look back and say, wow, I really didn't play this game that I really liked because, you know, someone was saying it was bad and I didn't take my own word for it.
And honestly, that's kind of the nature of a brand new fighting game, especially when it kind of hits the household. It's very common now that we'll see. I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but I'll get to what I think there is a positive out of it. But it's very common now that we're seeing when a fighting game comes out and people are just like, oh man, it's been simplified. Oh man, it's not enjoyable for me. Oh, it's kind of trash. Like you said, there's a lot of conversation that's happening around it. But what's good is that there's a lot of conversation that just keeps perpetually happening about Guilty Gear Strive. There are a lot of people that are coming out in its defense. There are a lot of people that are making criticisms, but there are people that are constantly talking about it. And I think as the game continues to develop, as the game continues to be updated and continues to thrive and continues to strive, people will either come around on those opinions or adjustments will be made where, you know, people will have more things to talk about and it'll just constantly be this conversation. Look how long it was a topic for Street Fighter V, and now obviously, like, there were a lot of dramatic things that had happened in that instance, and not to take away from the accolades and the credits of the previous Guilty Gear titles, but, you know, Street Fighter V took a long time for it to be, you know, what it is now, which is like you accept it as like a relatively well designed and good game, and not to say that it would take a similar length of time, hopefully not, obviously, but I think that as time goes on, Guilty Gear Strive will only get better and better and better and better, you know, and I don't think that it's in a bad spot as it is now. I just think that the conversations that we'll have, hopefully sooner than later, will be different about Guilty Gear Strive. But what is good is that we're continuing to talk about it. It's continuing to be, you know, the hot thing. And like you said earlier, I'm really happy to just turn on a stream and there's somehow a Guilty Gear Strive tournament coming on. There are always people playing this game. There are always people talking about this game, putting content out for this game. We're always learning something new about this game, and it's here to stay. And that's nice. That feels good.
It certainly does. And as you stated, you know, this is just the first iteration. And I know, you know, there's a discourse about, hey, it should be right the first time around, or it should be better the first time around. And I certainly agree. That being said, you know, this is not going to be the last iteration of Guilty Gear Strive. And they're going to be adaptations and improvements as we go along. And that's something that should be celebrated and something that should be, you know, there's no guarantee, obviously, but this is how the fighting game discourse goes. And so as we continue forward, playing the game, enjoying the game, enjoy it for what it is now, and still be critical, of course, because that's so important, but also, you know that this is the cycle of fighting games, right? It comes out in one state, and by the time its run is over, it looks completely different. That's how modern fighting games go.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of constantly seeing tournaments happen, we're sitting tight because Hotashi is in another tournament right now. He's playing in Can Opener, and Omniscythe is in another tournament. So there are a few different Guilty Gear tournaments happening right now that our players are partaking in, and it may be holding the stream up a little bit, but, you know, there's a lot of content to get out there. There's a lot of data for players and spectators to have. There's a lot of Guilty Gear Strive. And I mean, one thing that I want to like take away from how much Strive we're seeing is, remember how much Tekken we saw at one point? Like, it was just all the time. There was always a Tekken tournament. There were always people playing Tekken, and it was just always in the public eye. It was always on the front page of whatever streaming platform you were on, or whatever content platform you were on. And I think that that's the same essentially for Guilty Gear Strive, and we're probably going to be seeing it for a while, because it's probably going to be a while until another, you know, flagship main household title hits the sticks.
Yeah, it might be a little bit. You know, look, I think that the people who enjoy Strive everyone's going to venture out, and I always encourage playing many different fighting games. But for some people, this is going to be their center, right? This is going to be their home base, and we're going to continue to see characters come out and changes be made, and there might even be new versions. I don't know, but what I do know is that it's, like you said, around to stay, and if you want to play it, just play it and enjoy it. I cannot say that enough. Now, does that mean the game is perfect? Of course not. There are plenty of things that can be changed about it. There are plenty of things that can be improved, and we're slowly starting to see some of those improvements roll out. It does take time, but I'm not saying that you can't be critical of the game. I'm just saying, honestly, I hate to see
No, just kidding.
I hate to see people, especially in the social media space, saying, oh yeah, this person's right about the game, so I'm not going to play it, even though I was enjoying it. That hurts me for me to see. You're robbing yourself.
The amount of power that certain individuals may have, that leads into that can just sway the opinion. I'll admit I have my frustrations with this game sometimes too. I'm passionate about Strive, I would want to say, because I'll whine and I'll say oh man, this thing doesn't work, or this thing is just so frustrating, this matchup is so frustrating, this character is so frustrating, and then what do? I hit rematch, right? I go right back in. Oh, I don't know if I want to play this game competitively for a little bit. Oh, I don't know if I want to do matches. And then somebody hits me up, hey, you want to play Strive? Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, I'm back in.
I'm back in there. I'm back in there because this game is so fun. I'm playing a character that allows that to come out in its best way. I found the most fun that I could possibly have in that. And of course, if you aren't able to find that, if you aren't able to lock that in, then of course not every game is for everybody. And like you said, is this game perfect? No, by no means. I think that we're in the optimization phase, not just as players, but as a game overall. And that's another conversation to be had about whether or not games should be even released in that state, and how should we have fighting games be this service thing? That's a whole other conversation. But I don't dislike this longevity that fighting games have, that a single title has, that investment that you can have over a longer period of time.
Yeah, I think that being able to invest for an extended period of time obviously makes the game more attractive, makes you want to be able to study and to improve and to get better, and that's going to be key moving forward. No matter what the game shapes up to be, knowing that the core of it is still going to be there is super important for people to want to double down and say, hey, this is something I want to participate in. So again, if you enjoy the game, go ahead and play it. But speaking of playing, let's run a quick ad for the good people watching with us to let them know about the American
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 100.
Absolutely. Sit tight. I clicked on the ad too early, but sit tight. Thank you everybody for being a part of this stream here, and we'll be right back after this ad.
Months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support, and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us. To learn more and how you can get involved, visit redcross.org today.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out what the client's needs are, and to see what you can do, and then to see what other members of the team can do.
The duty officer is the first point of contact.
This is Daniel with the Red Cross.
We gather the information for the client, and we then send it to...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have switched over to the loser side of things. There are some internet complications happening over with some players in the bracket. So we're going to play with what we got. So we've got Loser semis set and ready for us here. Thank you for tuning into the stream. Thank you for your patience. I'm Seth, run by Dynamite.
What do they do? We're gonna get into it with Razo and Omnisci. Oh wow. Okay, Razo feeling some kind of way. Violence.
Fast-forwarded violence.
Violence at the speed of life.
Violence, speed, and momentum. Okay, we're in here, already through the wall. Look at this rat bastard. What is that? His dancing in. The little skips, the little hops. Okay, you got you. This is what. Yep. I thank you, Omni-Man. Oh my god! All right.
Application denied.
Okay. All right. Razo, super on wake up from the heavy knockdown. Hey, you know what? That might be not pressing that. It's hard to. You should have played more patient off of the hard knockdown.
Oh, I can't do it right now, but it's gonna be Razo putting that pressure down. Wow, the chip damage off the overheads is ridiculous.
Are you the cross-cut flash kick? And recognized that he was not going to be able to pick up, or probably was waiting for the burst. But the gold burst came out, was whiffed, so he didn't get to build the meter, but he's still alive somehow. Locked down from the explosion, the YRC, and this could be disastrous. Backdash.
Razo looking just to get that sliver of life off of Omnisci. There's the Daro though. Red RC, walk with me, talk with me at the wall. Okay, Razo does have burst available. Let's see how invested they are in this round.
I like how, oh my god.
Didn't need it.
I like how shaken up Omnisci was. After blocking 2D, he was like, I don't believe it. I have no faith. He just sat there and he was just like, but what comes next? You know, there could be anything.
What do I do next?
What do I do? I can't punish that. I don't believe. That's sick. All right, there it is. The throw. I can't. You know, hey, that's a calculation. All right, side switch. Side switch again. Oh, how does one block?
How would one apply blocking through this video?
Nice PRC to the 6P that ended up getting the wall break. That's mad unfortunate for Omnisci. But you take.
Oh, no sword to send! Oh no, that was tragic. Omnisci tried to send a sword that was not there.
That was absolutely tragic. But such a Razo, who knows if that was a meaningful burst after seeing the sword come out, knowing that a punish was not inbound. But here we go, the super to establish a hard knockdown situation after the wall break. A burst is on deck for Omnisci. Will he use it? Yes.
Had to.
Ooh, nice. Comes in with the, oh no, unfortunate. The air conversion ended up mixing up the sides. Okay, ended up still catching from the sword release. No wall break and no RC to get the conversion. Now the flash kick is going to put him in a,
oh my goodness. Air beef.
Oh, put the hands on. Okay, Razo. Okay, Razo. That was really clean.
This beef from the skies.
Yeah.
Drop shipped.
Drop shipped. Care package incoming. Oh, what a block.
Care package. Omni-Man's gonna need some help.
Yeah,
Razo's all over him. There's the 214S on the descent. Gets a close slash counter hit, a triple. Looking like a DC superhero out here with the cape swing. Razo's gonna need a hero.
Oh, the BRC throw. See that one coming. Nice super out of it. Taking a page from Razo's book.
Remember this?
Okay. Oh, nice.
I like this. I like this. I don't even want to call it escape method, but just distance method coming out from Omnisci, just staying away from the pressure that Razo's trying to apply. However, the 6P is going to clip him up. Razo has an opportunity. Wow, just run up H.
Yeah,
just press the button.
I mean, it's a mix-up, right? Just run up, press your beat button. Oh no. This is going to be Mad Dangerous. The side switch and confirm into super, and that is going to bring it up to a final round. Set point for Razo.
Razo got somewhere to be.
Yeah.
Working super fast. Mortal Bato blocked up, but the PRC to keep it clean.
Yep. Okay, good range from him. Spending that full meter just to stay alive, but it's looking Mad Dangerous. Now the overhead. Stop.
Prowling around like a lion, just side. There's a 2P though from Omniscypher, but Razo with the connection.
Oh,
and it's
Siri,
only going to be heads collected.
Siri, how do you block Leo's 10-way mix-up?
Oh my goodness.
Dangerous.
Razo not stopping.
No.
And going to be sliding on up into losers finals.
Yep. His opponent yet to be determined as the winners figure their stuff out with their internet issues. But what? I'm not going to expose who this person particularly is. But this person said, I'm on hotspot, but I can't hook hotspot up to PS4. Dan.
That's rough.
That's rough. Anyway, let's talk about the Red Cross. Let's talk about the American Red Cross. Oh no. Okay, well, while that gets figured out, you know, a wise man once said streaming is a blow up.
Indeed, it certainly is. But what isn't a blow up is supporting the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, which you can do and bring some assistance to people who are in need, especially after Hurricane Ida. So shout outs to everyone who's donated so far. Spread the word and let them know what's going on. Shout outs to GFUEL and Maturino for teaming up with a good cause.
Dude, absolutely. American Red Cross always providing wonderful sponsorships to Maturino for these GFUEL events. Well-endowed partner. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here to support them. Remember, everything that you donate into the Maturino pot also is dumped in as a portion to the American Red Cross Relief Fund, and any amount is extremely helpful. $10 provides food for a whole day for those in crisis, and we, as Americans, do what we can to help people suffering over on the East Coast. What?
The East Coast?
Huh? What? Not the East Coast.
Do you know where hurricanes land?
I mean, look, my mom lives in Florida, and and she said,
no.
She says she's.
We've got. All right, look.
No.
Anyway, wherever the hurricane may have affected,
wherever this
to support.
You know what?
It is $250 in the donation pool, so that's pretty good.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you, everyone.
If there were some people being like, "Did Hurricane Ida even really happen?" That's what this country is devolved into nowadays.
I don't want to get into it.
People taking
more Guilty Gear Strive. So let's talk about that.
Who said that was for horses?
Shout out the horse page.
Stop.
Unless we're going to delete the VOD, please.
Guilty Gear. Let's talk about Guilty Gear, man. Up next, we have Hotashi versus Diaphone. So it's slated to be the Nago Ryuki versus Ino, if they can figure out their internet issue. It looks like they're going to switch over to PC for the tournament, for the sake of the tournament match, just because one of them is not able to get their console to connect. So just to give you guys an update on what is happening here. But in the meantime, in the between time, we can talk a little bit about the matchup. We've seen Diaphone's Eno do exceptionally well throughout today's bracket. We saw Diaphone really just run over Omniscythe earlier today. We saw PL just have a huge... not PL. We saw the Gatekeeper have a huge struggle of a time against Diaphone's Eno. And it's just that constant reapplication to mix up the way that Diaphone is able to seemingly like push forward with pinpoint accuracy, always opening up the opponent. And Hotashi has exceptionally good defense, as we've seen, especially in his matchup against Bean, where Bean would make an attempt to push with the, you know, the staple, the textbook chip mix-up, but almost unreactable, almost unpredictable every single time. And he's just able to make the right decisions on defense every time. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to apply those against Diaphone, who seems to just find the right way in every time.
Yeah, so it's certainly not a matchup that Hotashi is foreign to. I mean, he's played Diaphone before, he's played Eno before, but Diaphone is one of those players that really does find the right opportunities in the right windows to press forward and not get blown back. So I'm curious to see how Diaphone approaches this matchup in particular, knowing that, hey, one, I'm playing against a big body character, so I might have a little bit more leeway, but two, if I make a mistake, Hotashi's going to be all over it, and I'm going to pay big time. Eno's not one of the healthier characters in the game.
No, absolutely not. And with how much damage output Nagoriyuki's able to do, just one right counter hit can be devastating, just absolutely disastrous for a character like Eno, and it can be really, really difficult for a character like her to fight back, who has to just constantly like whittle a big guy like that down. And Hotashi possibly not even needing to utilize blood gauge all that much, so he, with him not going into blood range, that's even more health that Diaphone would have to work through. So in an ideal situation, in an ideal world, right, he wouldn't go into blood range, he wouldn't need to. But if he does, then, if Diaphone's able to like open him up enough, it's going to be very, very scary for Hotashi. But we'll see.
We've seen Hotashi, go into blood rage a couple times in this bracket. And come out more or less okay. I can, now obviously Diaphone's a different type of player, and stroke means that even if blood rage is popped pretty much all the way on the other side of the screen, has an option to get in there and do some big damage.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's ideal, right? For both of them, especially. Like, you need to just constantly, like, with Eno specifically, it's like when she is able to hit Hotashi, when she is able to hit Nagoriyuki, she needs to maximize the amount of damage she's able to do, so that way she can just, minimize the amount of times that she has to do that, especially with a character who is exceptionally good on defense, rather a player that is exceptionally good on defense like Hotashi. Was able to identify the holes, was able to use his defensive option, like Cycle's defensive options, very, very intelligently. And one YRC that could just reset Eno could be disastrous. Hopefully Diaphone would be aware of that in those sets and potentially bait out a YRC. But we'll see. The way that Diaphone does push forward with hover dash, like, he's very defensive. You'll see Diaphone when you play, he'll do a hover dash and he immediately goes up with FD, and then applies his mix up, and then he hits his attack. So hopefully, in the way that he does it, in between those buttons, he is still pressing YRC and maybe able to, bait a or he does FD. Hopefully he's able to bait a YRC and then abuse that. That's just one, level of Yomi that Diaphone is hopefully able to establish in the matchup against Hotashi. But as we understand, Guilty Gear it's extremely unpredictable sometimes. It's extremely high amount of options, and it could go in a way that is absolutely unprecedented for either of us, for anybody. So who knows?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you gotta think about what the options are going to be for both players. I know Hotashi is also a really good proponent of using backdash 5K on Nago just to catch people, autopiloting or sleep at the wheel, not really, anticipating that option, and it could be devastating. Nago really does only need one hit to get going, and once it starts, it doesn't stop really until the blood gauge fills up or the opponent's dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ideally, if he is going to fill up blood rage, it it's got to kill Eno. You know, it's got to use that high damage to either chip Eno down, or just straight kill her. Just kill her. But
just gotta get it done.
We'll
certainly see. But on the other end, you know, Diaphone can have a lot of options. Nago does have a faster 6P now, which certainly helps. Does have 5P as well, but not exactly the best anti-air tools, right?
No.
Like when you think about it. So that's something that Diaphone can exploit to their advantage.
Well, I mean, as we saw earlier, Beyblade is a perfectly fine anti-air tool.
Don't do this. Not like that.
It worked, and it was countered, and it won him the game. It was ridiculous. And just that kind of unpredictable stuff is just what you like seeing in a game, in a series like Guilty Gear. And that weird application of stuff, just seemingly breaking the rules, is exciting. That's fun. It's frustrating, but it's also exciting. When it's not you getting hit by it, it's really exciting.
Well, you know, sometimes you get blown back, and that's why you want to just enjoy by viewing and not participating when it comes to these intense matches, unless you're the type of person that really does want to get in there. I know that I've certainly been missing the game for sure, but all these matches that have been going on has kept me well entertained, and I'm hoping to see more and more as this game evolves. I do want to say that there should be a second patch coming out in October, which has me curious about what that's going to shape up to be, because this patch that came out was, you know, they said it was a lighter patch, but I feel like it changed some characters significantly.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what sort of balance patch they would do. When it came to the balance patch that came with Jacko, and there was like a lot of significant changes, there wasn't much for Gold Lewis. So I want to assume that the patch that will come out in October will kind of just like lightly touch on some things, maybe touch more heavily on Gold Lewis and Jacko, maybe even like things that are not intended, hopefully a Leo nerf, who knows, I'm not entirely sure.
We're just calling it out.
Hey, okay, we're seeing outperformance from Razo. He's doing really well, and I need him to show that despite the circumstances, he can still do it. Okay, I want a challenge for him. All right, I want him to prove to us that it's not his character carrying him.
Well, we will certainly find out.
Yeah, we will.
When it comes to who's going to win this bracket. However, we are sorting through some technical difficulties.
Yes, there are. Now it is just some. All right, there's some difficulties. Chat, thank you. VOD watchers, thank you for sticking through. Obviously, the VOD will be timestamped. You don't have to hear me talk about this. But if you're in the chat, thank you so much for being here. We're going to run one more American Red Cross ad. I shouldn't say one more, like we might not do it later. We're going to run another ad for you guys. Give us a little break here while they sort this out. And then, give you guys a little break, grab some water, grab a snack until we get to our next match. So sit tight. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and we'll be right back.
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support, and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us to learn more and how you can get involved.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out what the client's needs are, and to see what you can do, and then to see what other members of the team can do.
The duty officer is the first point of contact.
This is Daniel with the Red Cross.
We gather the information for the client, and we then send it to the responders, and the responders then go to help out the client in the start of their recovery.
We receive a call 24/7 and quickly go to the scene of the incident and help the client find them safe lodging for the night, as well as provide them with some resources and get them going towards their own recovery.
You need to have compassion because we are the first people to talk to these clients from the Red Cross. And a lot of times we set the tone for how their whole experience is going to be.
A debt responder needs to have empathy. They need to be able to emotionally connect to a client.
I wanted to do something that had meaning and had purpose. Every time I go home after a fire, I know I've made the difference in someone's life.
The rewarding part is just to see that you're actually helping somebody and they appreciate it. That means a lot to me. That's my reward.
It gives me a sense of satisfaction knowing that I'm able to help people in their worst time of need and be able to help them get started on their road to recovery.
There are tears, there are hugs. They are just very grateful. And that gives me the satisfaction that I've been able to help them in their time of need.
We see a lot of things. A lot of it's happy, a lot of it's sad, but sometimes things really touch our hearts.
When we tell people that we're volunteers, there are people that come to us then and say, how can I do this?
I would tell somebody that if they're a compassionate person, if they want to help others, if they want to, in a very quick time frame, within 2 to 3 hours, really make a difference in a person's life at their time of greatest need, it's an opportunity to do just that.
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. when the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994. Thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us. To learn more and how you can get involved, visit redcross.org today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It looks like the internet issues have been somewhat figured out, and we are back on track to have some matches. I'm Seth. I'm joined by Dynamite.
What it do? We're gonna get into winners finals. Hotashi, Diaphone. This is one for sure. And I like I said, Hotashi, one of the Nago players that shows up and you know it's not going to be your run-of-the-mill Nago. This isn't going to be your celestial floor Nago. You know, this is a different caliber of player. And same thing for Diaphone with Eno.
Yeah. You're watching Evo champion versus one of the two high accolade Eno players in North America. So it's quite a match, and we were theory crafting a little bit on how the matchup could go a little bit before the break, but now we'll finally be able to see it for ourselves. Arturo's in the lobby, players are at their stations, some.
It's going to be a whole lot of something. Hopefully, once we get the people connected, I do see the lobbies open, and I'm ready to see some Guilty Gear action. The winner of this will move on, obviously, to grand finals, but the loser will have to do a little bit of a battle here with Razo. And I'm kind of curious to see if Diaphone loses, what they would bring to the table against Razo. We saw Hotashi go up against Razo, and Hotashi made it look pretty good, so I'm more curious to see Diaphone versus Razo, but at the same time, maybe Razo's got a little bit more in the tank if Hotashi has to go to losers finals. Yeah,
I mean, who even knows that if Diaphone moves forward winner's side, that Razo doesn't beat Hotashi down there and then we'll move forward to face Diaphone themselves. There's a number of things that could happen. I heard that. I heard you breathe be like, ho ho ho. Razo beating Hotashi. Ho, ho, ho.
What?
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No. No, and no one is, because we're about to get into this next match, Diaphone versus Hotashi. Whoever wins, whoever loses, whoever goes down to face Razo, they'll have to they'll have to deal with the savagery that is down there. But finally in the match, internet is presumably fixed. Let's get on with it. Winners finals here.
All right. Diaphone laying down a little bit of sheet music. Checking Hotashi's reading skill. 6H connects. A big counter hit. Uh-oh. Hotashi in a little bit of trouble.
Drop the OTG, and there it is, the throw. And this could be exceptionally dangerous. The backdash to get away from it. There it is, the dive. Stroke. Tries to go for another mix. Goes high this time. And Hotashi did not block, but he still has the life. There it is, the 2K. The check, the dash in. Diaphone takes first blood. Still a lot of blood in the tank.
I like that conversion from Hotashi with the 5K. And speaking of 5K, another one, big 6H. Oh,
two of them.
Two-piece. No drink.
Oh, there's the drink right there, buddy. Perfect coming out from Hotashi. Showing up. Oh, the counter hit. 6 or close slash. Another one. The love bites. Nice. Close slash once again, and that is a dead Diaphone. But 2 perfects in a row. 2-piece perfect. Well done. Okay, Hotashi. Okay. Now, we were talking a little bit about how, what kind of adjustments Diaphone would have to make, or rather, what kind of playstyle Diaphone would have to make in order to succeed in a matchup like this. What a check coming out from him after the plus frames. This man's pressing on plus frames. Diaphone is really flustered.
Look, sometimes you just gotta let them know you're willing to do what it takes to win. Block on the stroke, but gets blown up with the counter hit. However, Diaphone ends up with the side switch in a little bit of a scrambly situation. Overhead applied, laying down some sheet music. The super, is it going to go through? Yeah, blocked up by Diaphone, but can't punish. Knocked out of range.
Oh, wow, just the walk up into the low. Swift Big Tree, more notes, but the 5K to check the hover dash, and now he's going to steal the momentum back. Oh, the blood! He's coming in for the puck. No! You know, Dan, I'm glad that he picked that. It was really close. If he had just waited a little bit longer, that 5H definitely would have killed him.
My goodness.
This is going to be disastrous for Diaphone, because now that is a huge lead that he has to play back from. Okay, nice, staying patient. 6P.
Oh my goodness, Diaphone fighting back, attempting to even out the life bars, to make sure he's in the life lead. What a conversion off of the air K. And now Hotashi on the back foot, but the block into the throw. The Hotashi special 6H in the blood spin for the win. Wow.
Hey.
Anyone get a number on that bus?
Oh, that's oh, nice. The Psycho Crusher. Okay. Isn't that dangerous? Look at that. Look at that blood. He's just sitting still, not overextending, not trying to use a special, just wants Diaphone to come to him, and Diaphone said, gladly, I accept your invite. Far slash coming in. Oh, the blood. Oh, he's dead.
He's done. It's done. It's done. There's the RC. Oh, yeah, baby. Nice stuff from Diaphone.
Well done, Diaphone. Exceptional reads back to back in that instance. And the internet is at work.
Not like this.
Nope.
Not like this.
Wait.
Please.
Hey, hold on. Hold on now. Maybe. Yep. They're, no. No. Not like this. No. 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 All right.
Welcome to Guilty Gear Strive Bars Edition. We're going to commentate the sickest 8-bit lobby action, and it looks like Diaphone is off to a really strong lead in round 1 of game 2.
You know what? Okay, exceptional lead coming in from Diaphone here, already taking the first round. Hotashi not riding the momentum from that last one at all. And now, okay, duel 2. There we go. What's the round start? Ooh, round start. Big counter hit coming in from Hotashi there.
Yeah, that was a blood spin for sure.
Yep.
And through the wall. Yep, that was a blood spin combo if I ever seen one before. Not sure if Diaphone is streaming this, so maybe Art will be able to pull up the second part of it. However, we might just go back to lobby.
We might be going back to lobby, but we might be going back to lobby anyway, just because Hotashi. Oof. What happened there? What a comeback from Diaphone. Does that count as a point? I'm going to need verification from the TOs.
I think it might. I mean, looks like it's going to be 2-1 Diaphone.
We'll see. We'll see. Ooh, no. Did they just... Are you guys serious? Look, all right. Duel 1. Game 3. I'm putting that score in. That's valid.
It's 2-1. It's official.
It's official 2-1. Okay, Hotashi taking a huge amount of damage here. That's a big... Oh my. Oh my.
Yo, what is going on in this match?
I know, man. Undocumented Diaphone. Super Saiyan Diaphone.
Diaphone. Certainly not dialing it in.
No, definitely not.
All right, match point for Diaphone. Can only assume what's going on here.
Showing Hotashi the sheet music, and it is an absolute banger. Off the... Never going to be published. This beat is secret.
Unreleased, never leaving the studio. Okay, Hotashi answering back a little bit here.
But is it enough? Is it enough?
Find out.
Getting poked back. Yes, it is. Nice. Hotashi staying alive for the duel 3. Okay. Ooh!
That was a blood spin.
Big counter hit coming out from Hotashi. Looking like massive damage on the board. Could be a wall break situation too.
Yo! What's going on, dude? Diaphone just died.
No, Diaphone. Okay, Hotashi tying it up 2-2 with the one shot.
Oh my goodness. Slug round to the chest.
Didn't have the vest on.
No, not at all. No protection. All right. Game 5. Because of course it goes to game 5 in this type of situation.
100%. Winner's final, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this. Big combo coming out from Diaphone. Is running those pokes out now. Ooh, Hotashi not able to play the game. Ooh, Hotashi stuck blocking forever, got opened up, and now that is set point for Diaphone. Okay.
All right. Well, Diaphone again with another set point. Hotashi starting off pretty rough in this round.
Ooh.
Not a lot of life left.
Oh, playing real close. That's definitely a blood rage. She probably overextended a little bit, and that's gonna do it. Diaphone. 3-2 over Hotashi. GG's, they say in the chat. That was absolutely counted. We take those. They already ran the test match. The OS is off the table. Well done.
Okay.
Hotashi goes down to fight Razo. And internet permitting, of course. We'll see.
Absolutely.
We'll see who is able to connect. But, okay.
Well, it was super even. When we were able to see what was going on, but it seems like there were some answers that Diaphone found to be able to take it over Hotashi.
Yeah, it seems like the way that Hotashi was able to, you know, take the rounds was off of like large hits in the beginning and then maintaining that momentum through. Possibly locking Diaphone down, making sure that he wasn't able to cycle that mix-up. You know, keeping that foot on the pedal. The bus barreling down the road with reckless abandon.
Yeah. We'll find out if that bus is going to get a couple of flat tires. It's going to be Razo and Hotashi going at it in losers final.
Yes, the bus now traversing through the safari, and the gates are down. It's going to be dangerous. Razo.
Right, there's the lobby code ready to go. As a reminder, winner of this gets a pretty big chunk of 2,000, I believe.
Yes.
So this is not for small pennies.
Correct. So it is everything that is on top of the $2,000 prize bonus, or pop bonus, dunked in by the fantastic people over at Red Cross, American Red Cross and Red Cross Gaming. So big shout outs to them. Thank you for your support here on the Low Kick Esports stream, your support for GFUEL Overdrive and Matcherino, and your support for the American Red Cross. That pot is still open if you guys want to. You can click on the link in the chat to donate to the pot. The process is as simple as ever. More simple than ever. Really just click on the contribute button to go the free 50-cent code, and anything that you donate goes straight to the Red Cross as well. So looks like before we get into the next match, one of the players has to play in another bracket, so we're gonna run an ad really quick. And look, Dynamite, whether you're here or not after the ad is over, it's been more than a pleasure commentating with you tonight. And I hope you've had a fantastic day. You've had a lot of work done. You've done a lot today, and your work ethic is unmatched.
I appreciate that. I am definitely here. I was just listening to the wonderful sound of the awesome voice of Seth Mitchell. Look, we're going to come back after this ad, hopefully wrap up the tournament. But until then, learn a little bit more about the Red Cross and why you should be helping out, spreading the word, letting people know what's going on. And if you can, donate.
Yep. All right. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us. To learn more and how you can get involved, visit redcross.org today.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out what the client's needs are, and to see what you can do, and then to see what other members of the team can do.
The duty officer is the first point of contact.
This is Daniel with the Red Cross.
We gather the information for the client, and we then send it to the responders, and the responders then go to help out the client in the start of their recovery.
We receive a call 24/7 and quickly go to the scene of the incident and help the client find them safe lodging for the night, as well as provide them with some resources and get them going towards their own recovery.
You need to have compassion because we are the first people to talk to these clients from the Red Cross. And a lot of times we set the tone for how their whole experience is going to be.
A debt responder needs to have empathy. They need to be able to emotionally connect to a client.
I wanted to do something that had meaning and had purpose. Every time I go home after a fire, I know I've made the difference in someone's life.
The rewarding part is just to see that you're actually helping somebody and they appreciate it. That means a lot to me. That's my reward.
It gives me a sense of satisfaction knowing that I'm able to help people in their worst time of need and be able to help them get started on their road to recovery.
There are tears, there are hugs. They are just very grateful. And that gives me the satisfaction that I've been able to help them in their time of need.
We see a lot of things. A lot of it's happy, a lot of it's sad, but sometimes things really touch our hearts.
When we tell people that we're volunteers, there are people that come to us then and say, how can I do this?
I would tell somebody that if they're a compassionate person, if they want to help others, if they want to, in a very quick time frame, within 2 to 3 hours, really make a difference in a person's life at their time of greatest need, it's an opportunity to do just that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Looks like Raza has wrapped up with their... Oh! Alright, well, Watashi is in another match. So I'm going to run another ad. I'll catch you guys later.
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support, and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget. Since then, severe weather has continued to batter communities, some again and again. In 2017, back-to-back hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria became some of the worst in U.S. history. And record-breaking wildfires continue to rage year after year. Looking ahead, as disasters become more frequent and intense, and with disaster seasons lasting longer and longer, we're continuing to adapt, just as we have for the past 140 years. In light of climate change, we're committed to grow our response capacity and deliver our services more sustainably, so the American Red Cross can continue to help future generations in need. Join us. To learn more and how you can get involved, visit redcross.org today.
I'm a member of the disaster action team. We respond to fires, floods, storms, and so forth. And hopefully everything's going to be okay.
Any kind of natural disaster at homes or apartment complexes, we provide aid to the residents who are the clients.
You're there to assess the situation, to find out what the client's needs are, and to see what you can do, and then to see what other members of the team can do.
The duty officer is the first point of contact.
This is Daniel with the Red Cross.
We gather the information for the client, and we then send it to the responders, and the responders then go to help out the client in the start of their recovery.
We receive a call 24/7 and quickly go to the scene of the incident and help the client find them safe lodging for the night, as well as provide them with some resources and get them going towards their own recovery.
You need to have compassion because we are the first people to talk to these clients from the Red Cross. And a lot of times we set the tone for how their whole experience is going to be.
A debt responder needs to have empathy. They need to be able to emotionally connect to a client.
I wanted to do something that had meaning and had purpose. Every time I go home after a fire, I know I've made the difference in someone's life.
The rewarding part is just to see that you're actually helping somebody and they appreciate it. That means a lot to me. That's my reward.
It gives me a sense of satisfaction knowing that I'm able to help people in their worst time of need and be able to help them get started on their road to recovery.
There are tears, there are hugs. They are just very grateful. And that gives me the satisfaction that I've been able to help them in their time of need.
We see a lot of things. A lot of it's happy, a lot of it's sad, but sometimes things really touch our hearts.
When we tell people that we're volunteers, there are people that come to us then and say, how can I do this?
I would tell somebody that if they're a compassionate person, if they want to help others, if they want to, in a very quick time frame, within 2 to 3 hours, really make a difference in a person's life at their time of greatest need, it's an opportunity to do just that.
Disaster relief has been at the heart of our mission for over 140 years. Responding to 3 million disasters, we've helped millions of people across the country. In 1881, months after Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, we launched our first response, donating money, clothes, and furniture to victims of devastating Michigan forest fires. From this, we then began delivering emergency shelter, food, and relief supplies during disasters. This led to our first major hurricane response in 1893. For nearly a year in South Carolina, we stood with survivors who lost everything, helping them rebuild their homes and livelihoods. Early efforts like these laid the groundwork for our future responses, many of which we still use today. In 1927, the Great Mississippi River flood covered over 16 million acres, an area bigger than West Virginia. It was our largest relief operation since World War I. By boat and train, we delivered tents, food, and hygiene items, and inoculated people against water-related diseases. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was the most damaging storm on record. The night it made landfall, tens of thousands of people relied on us for shelter, just as they do today for all types of natural disasters. When the Northridge earthquake ravaged Southern California in 1994, thousands of Red Cross volunteers delivered aid such as health and emotional support, and served over 1.5 million meals. Then there was Katrina. At our peak response, we were serving 1 million meals a day. The 2005 hurricane became the biggest disaster to strike our country, and one we will never forget.
All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I think now I'm seeing movement. I'm seeing signs of life, and I think I'm about to see a match up on screen. I'm Seth, joined by Dynamite, and we're here to bring you Losers Final in the GFUEL Overdrive 2, sponsored by Matcherino, charity tournament, or hosted by Matcherino, charity tournament sponsored by American Red Cross. So there are a lot of different tournaments happening today, apparently, and some of the players are in several different brackets, but that's neither here nor there. We are back. We're going to see Hotashi come up against Razo, so a Nago Ryuki versus Leo. We've seen Razo do a lot of amazing stuff earlier in this bracket. Play against King John. We saw Razo play against, I want to say Omni Scythe? Played against Ramlethal earlier. But, so now we're going to see how Razo can do against Hotashi, who's been tearing it up throughout the bracket up until just the last match in the winner's final against Diaphone in a convincing yet also anonymous set. Dunk him down in a very close 3-2. So, let's see where this goes with Razo Hotashi. Losers final. Hopefully we can get all the match up on stream. Connection has been very interesting today. Here we go.
All right, we're back in there. 2S, the opener. Hotashi getting the back throw.
Okay. Yes. In. Already applying the schmicks, but Hotashi. Oh no. Whiffs the 6H, but not at all. Turd is scared by it. Back throw says you're not going to win one. Oh! Oh, that was grimy. Hotashi coming hot off the rocks from the last set he did with Diaphone. He's angry. He said he wants that run back.
The big man.
Okay. 6H. He's gonna the bite. He's hungry for the rematch with Diaphone. Took a very, very fast first match.
Let's rock.
Okay. Back in there. All right. Counter hit. Close slash.
All right, Hotashi working quickly. Got places to be.
Up. Nice. Okay, the 5K. Put out the stop sign. Okay, up his own. He's also got reach. 6H.
Oh my goodness. Not enough to kill though.
No. Looking real close. Oh,
yo!
That was tight.
So you're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, saw the freeze frame and Razo just already shaking his head as the BRC was pushing him forward. He just knew he was BRCing to his own death. But Hotashi with the clean 2-0 so far. Razo, let's see if he can make that comeback. Blocks the overhead, but still able to keep going. All-the-way mix-up. Wow.
Oh, good blocks from Hotashi. Still gets opened up though. Razo pushing forward. Oh, back throw situation. Close slash whip. Oh my goodness. PRC to keep himself clean.
Oh, the dive. Okay, this could be not dead for Hotashi. I cannot believe I just lied to the people like that. You know, Leo has a way of just blowing everything out.
Oh, there's the snack attack again from Hotashi. Gonna have plenty of blood to spin. Pressure. Razo looking to get out. Hotashi keeping him in the corner. Razo finally gets the side switch with the run through and another one. Which side is he gonna be on? Hotashi blocking it up, but getting tore open, force the burst.
Very nice. One thing that I can also praise Hotashi for, very quick, if I even get the chance to flash kick out, was Hotashi's bursts have been fantastic, but his wake-up supers have actually not been... Oh no. He might be dead for this, Dan. He's hella dead for it, Dan. He's not dead for it, Dan. What the hell?
Hotashi living for just a little bit, but finally goes down. Razo evading 2 overdrives to take that round and win a game. I don't know what's happening anymore.
The fancy feat. But not wombo enough of a combo to kill Hotashi in time. Okay, the whiff punish. Nice, good launch out. Going seeing some happy feet. Hotashi's R slash.
Oh, 6H, the dunk.
Very nice, jumping out from the bite. Good read.
Oh, he's dead.
Into the loving arms.
And to just come to my arms, son. Let me hug you.
Okay.
Yeah, well. At least you got one to hug you. Okay, anyway, Hotashi moving forward with the overdrive. Gonna launch Razo into the skies. Checking that performance report.
Very close, very close to burst. Is he even going to be able to use it? Nice, the big stop sign coming out, just jumping out, just trying to run away from the loving arms as possible. Oh man, the record freeze once again, the gold burst.
Okay, Razo using that meter to full effect and going to get some more because of it. Investing in the right stocks is important.
Absolutely, yes. Oh wow, the just defense too. Okay, chasing him down, tries to go for the 6P, but actually whiffs, but it doesn't matter because Leo's a character. And he's actually nice blocks from Hotashi, but it didn't matter. The blast through.
What?
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Off of the low, too, but it doesn't matter. What is scale? What does he care about scale? Alright, stop sign.
Hotashi sliding through, trying to put themselves up even further in this set. Oh, excuse me, to win the set. I didn't realize what the score was, but there's the purple RC. Razo moving forward. S is going to connect, and there's a burst from Hotashi. 2H out of the sky.
Juicy 2H, the bite whiff into bite. That I never miss. Even when I do, I never miss. Okay. Oh God, the way Hotashi, the blood burst. Okay.
Damn!
The loving arms. You cannot escape. There is no escape. Hotashi, the 3-1 to get the run back against Diaphone. Well played by Razo in that set as well. But Hotashi uses one thing that I want to praise him for, man. First of all, the way Hotashi uses 6H as like a quote-unquote like a delay button, right? It almost always hits counter hit, almost always like puts them against the wall. You'll see the 6H into 6H happen a lot because it's just like it's effective. It covers a lot of ground. It's like a delay. So people who are trying to like either fuzzy guard or trying to like, you know, press a button to get out of that, they don't see it coming, and it hits almost every time. Plus the way that he bursts. He almost always is able to like burst an opponent into the corner. He finds those burst points like, super well, and it's really nice to see.
It is extremely nice to see, and again, not only are the burst points placed really well, but the blood rage activations are too. I mean, obviously you don't want to do it, but Hotashi has a really high rate of forcing the opponent to at least block the activation so that he can continue. If you look at the way that he closed out that game, Blood Rage had activated, Razo blocked it and continued to block because he didn't want to get blown back, and Hotashi recognized that and went for the throw.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just that level of preparation that Hotashi was able to be ahead of Razo and just positioning himself properly. Like, you had that little fun scramble, the dance that was there with the super situation that Razo was just dancing in and out of to try to, you know, just get out. Who would have thought that he would have done a second one too? And for Razo to be prepared for it was just really, really fun. It was a nice display of like, oh no, I'm not going to let you bust out. That's my job. That's what I do. And for him to be always so many steps ahead and showcase that was really, really enjoyable. But Hotashi able to reel it back and just say, you know what, you can't bust out if I don't give you an opportunity to. And even positioning himself outside of the flash kick into the loving arms, that was super clean by Hotashi. But before
100%.
We're going to get into the grand final set of Hotashi versus Diaphone. Looks like we've got the players up on the sticks right now. Just waiting on Hotashi to hit the books so we can get the grand final set on. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching for the last 4.5 hours. We appreciate you for watching it. The GFUEL Overdrive 2 charity tournament hosted by Matcherino and sponsored by the American Red Cross. It has been one hell of a tournament. It has been insane to watch these matches. It's been left and right, high octane matches, 3-0s. Some of them weren't 3-0s and they were super close. Even the 3-0s were super close. High octane matches left and right. It's going to be one for the books. It's going to be an interesting and awesome VOD. A lot of data in this, a lot of really exciting matches. And we've got one final set up here for you guys.
I can't wait to see how this one plays out. Both of these players have been incredible in the bracket, and the run back is always fun to see.
Yeah. It is. It's like you gather what you got hit by, what you learned. You take it's like the run back. It's like the first one never happened, right? Like sometimes you take what you learn and you throw it right back at them in a way where it's like it almost invalidates all of the previous data from that opponent, right? From the way that they mixed you up prior, from the way that they were able to, you know, eke out the first victory. It's almost as if it never happened. It's like a brand new set, because it is, but also because, you know, you have two extremely experienced players able to make a whole new exciting match happen. So
well, that's the key, right? Like if you lost the run back, depending on what type of player you are, it's going to be important how you approach this. If you're the type of player that does better pretending like, hey, that one never happened, right? Like I'm not going to dwell on that. That'll help you out a lot more because it'll keep your mind free of, you know, harping on yourself, getting frustrated, etc. But if you're the other type of player that wants to keep it in mind, keep that data in mind, keep the opponent's options in mind, and it doesn't hinder your play, then that's going to be super beneficial because your opponent's likely doing the same thing, right? Saying, okay, what worked? Why did it work? Can I keep getting away with it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one to, you know, completely abandon the previous match, like you said, so that way your mental is clear, so that way your mindset is fresh. But never forget what you learned about it, right? You know, it's always to kind of like have that healthy balance where the negativity is pushed out, but the data is still retained. And it takes a very experienced player to be able to manage both. So we're going to see how these two do it as we finally get into our grand final of the day. Hotashi versus Diaphone. Still sticking with the Nagoriyuki versus the Ino. And if you guys don't remember, there was a lot of upsets over on Diaphone's side of the screen. We saw Diaphone able to, you know, mix his way in, do a lot. Oh my! How did that wall break so fast?
There's the snack attack from Hotashi. PRC and another one, the Twix.
Even when I miss, I never miss. Okay.
Wow. That was a round of Guilty Gear Strive for sure. Wow, Hotashi immediately in the DMs, dodging the 6P as well.
Okay, very, very nice. I like this movement coming out from Hotashi. Dashing in. One thing that I really love that Hotashi does is it's almost like when he goes into Blood Rage, it's intentional. You know, this is the way that Nago is supposed to be played. It is when you burst, when you do the Blood Rage, it is absolutely with intent. He manages the blood meter so well. He sits at 2 just well enough, but it doesn't build that much higher than if it does at all. You know? Oh, nice to stroke the big tree right underneath the PRC, and that's a dead Hotashi.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that Hotashi does really well, the blood gauge management. And sometimes you will see Nago players go into Blood Rage on purpose because they, one, figure their opponent's not going to do much, and losing 50% life, depending on where their health is worth emptying out the gauge that way and being able to use a bunch of moves consecutively.
Yeah, absolutely. To be able to like begin to turn up the heat once again. You take that life, you know, it's a big life character, but not big enough if Chemical Love is just going to do that much damage for the wall break. Hotashi sitting at full meter, the blue PRC, but the backdash.
Oh.
See again.
There's the blue RC. Oh, wow! Hotashi with the PRC, getting the 5P, able to stop Diaphone's approach, but not for long enough. Diaphone gonna take game 1.
Okay. Cementing his position on the winner's side. Diaphone showing this is how I won the first set. You guys had all the questions. I'm showing it to you now. Behind the curtain. Here we go. Game 2. iPhone takes to the sky very, very early. Nice with the Psycho Crusher coming in. And there you go, applying the mix-up, the 6H, ends up forcing the burst out of him. Counter hit 6H, oh, the JP to try to convert.
Oh man, the big slide in and the snack attack after the 2S lands. Hotashi trying to work fast, but Diaphone has the life lead and has Hotashi on the defensive. Stroke's going to connect. PRC to continue forward. Hotashi at the wall, the back throw. Oh, here we go.
Back throw could be dangerous. The backdash coming out from Diaphone, now inching his way out. The stroke, the big tree, 2 in a row. There it is. Diaphone taking the first round of this match. Once again, the 6P counter hit. Now working Hotashi over to the corner, and he's got him locked down.
Oh, look at that pressure as well through the wall. Positive bonus is going to be on Diaphone's side. Hotashi's got a lot of work to do, and maybe this is what was happening when we couldn't see the match. Gold Burst comes out from Diaphone.
Now we're at full screen situation, but Hotashi works his way back in. Diaphone's sitting at full meter spence of it right now, but the burst forced out of Hotashi. Tries to go for a side switch, but actually just stays in front, and he says, you know what, it's not that big a deal. Tries to go for another side switch. The mix coming out from Diaphone, working just well enough, and that's the struck the big tree. The chip situation for Diaphone taking game 2. You saw the flash of a barrier come out from Hotashi, but the delay of the stroke the big tree worked just well enough. Hotashi on the loser side has a long road ahead if he wants to make it out of this bracket.
And big ups to Diaphone. I mean, playing just extremely well in this matchup and using the tools that are given to him to exploit some of Hotashi's defensive tendencies.
Ooh, another 6H counter hit operating as a delay button to provoke how Diaphone would want to respond if he's going to try to button out, if he's going to use the stroke the big tree. And enough stroke the big trees have gotten him over to the other side. Chemical Love, no wall splat, but he owns it this time. Oh, actually just lets him fall off the wall, and he's going to block this super. No, he is not.
No, he's not.
No, he is not. He landed, though, but that is huge amount of damage. He's going to teleport in. Oh, it's got an invincible super of his own. The PRC. Oh, no.
Not enough. Hotashi invested in the round with the burst.
Oh,
chip. And the chip.
He did not have enough meters to safely block his way out of that one. But, oh, just stabs through the Psycho Crusher. Very, very nice. Diaphone had to force the burst out of him. Now, very much on the back foot. Hotashi sitting in the corner. Once again, the mixture reapplied.
Now, mixture. One of the things that Diaphone is doing that is helping him out is dashing forward with Ino because she takes to the air. Kind of invalidates 2S a bit, which Hotashi likes to throw out to check dash.
Yeah, as a medium range option, 2S does do very, very well. Okay, here we go. The note behind him, the Ino in front of him, the block, but it just pushed him away. Didn't get him out of the corner, but is it going to save his life? No, the 6H, and now Diaphone at tournament point here. Can Hotashi secure this dub?
Well, we're going to find out. Diaphone battling back. Tournament point on the line. Hotashi's just got to keep moving forward one round at a time. At this point, the whiff on the 2H. Not necessarily a punish, but the stroke comes through anyway with the connection.
Oh, the double overhead into the super, but there we go. The tides have turned with Hotashi. He's still sitting at 2 amounts of blood, just swinging. Very aggressive. Footsie's coming out, and he stays alive with the 6H to lock it in, lock it down. 1 point on the board for him.
Mankind Youth.
All right, like I said, one game at a time, one round at a time is going to be Hotashi's motto. Diaphone hanging out, seeing what it do.
Okay, now inching back just a little bit, but nice, the Beyblade to catch at the very, very tip, and he now has him locked down in the corner. Beyblade once again forces the burst out of him. And now Diaphone taking his turn back, and it's his turn to mix.
The toes. Laying down the note as well. Diaphone, stroke again. That was big plus. 6H going to connect at the wall. My Chemical Love, the double version. Two-sided CD cover. And now we're going to go hear the encore.
The vinyl. Ooh, straight through, baby. Ain't nothing like a vinyl. Finishing touches there.
Yeah, I said CD. They people don't know what that is anymore. So vinyl is the better way to go.
Yeah.
Double-sided vinyl.
Okay, nice. Oh, baits the burst out of him. Also, Diphone once again at tournament's point, and he is in a very, very good position to lock it in. Is he going to do it? Uncharged 5D, but you said, Hotashi said, you should have charged it, baby. You should have bet it all. And that is huge. Blasting through the wall. 1 meter on deck for him, but positive bonus available for Hotashi now.
Oh, 6P anti-air from Diphone. The super with the plus frames on it.
Back throw. That's probably going to be wall break. No, drops 5K. The YRC inches him out. We're back into the mid-screen of the mixture. Can he handle it? Can his defense do it for him? No, the counter hit. And Diphone does it once again. Dials out the W and takes Matcherino Overdrive GFUEL charity tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the big dub of the Dollary Deuce. All right. He's sitting at a wonderful $2,259.15. What a pot for him to walk out of this tournament with. Congratulations to Diphone. Congratulations to all the players today. Congratulations to Hotashi for second place. Let's take a look. For Ratso for third place. Everybody that was down in fifth place. Omniscythe, King John, Bean, SQ. Congratulations to everybody who made it that far in bracket. Congratulations for you guys for sitting through with us the whole way. It's been one legendary tournament for us today, and I had a blast commentating with one of my best friends, Dynamites. Thank you so much for being with me on the mic. Thank you so much, everybody, for being with us in the chat. Dan, any closing thoughts?
Listen, if you enjoy the game, play the game. That's all I gotta say. Thanks, Seth, for jumping on the mic with me. It's been too long, and we should do it much more often. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in, and we're looking forward to seeing you the next time Low Kick puts on some Guilty Gear Strive.
Yes, should be a couple weeks from now, a couple Tuesdays from now. We'll be with you guys with some Guilty Gear Strive. Obviously, you can catch us every Tuesday with Low Kick Online. You can catch us on Wednesdays over at Wednesday Versus, hosted by FNTR and Double Zeta. This is an offline set of tournaments that we run out there. Sometimes Guilty Gear Strive comes on there, but feel more than free to tune in there. And then, surprise events that you guys can keep up to date with if you join our Discord or if you if you follow us on Twitter. Those links will be available on our twitter.com/Kick Esports. But yes, thank you, Dan, for commentating with me. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we will see you next time.
Peace and love, everybody.